I think we may start. It's 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
I'd like to welcome you to this very interesting one-day international conference. The director of the Institute, Maria Christina Hadjioannou, she's supposed to talk now, but she's returning from Paris. She's in a flight with a delay. So instead of her, we have the deputy director of the Institute, Dr. Chariklia Papageorgiadou, which she may start. So Chariklia, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Viron. Just a moment.
Those who are talking, you may switch off your microphones if you want, not in order not to.
So, dear colleagues, as already said, I have the pleasure to welcome you to this one-day conference on harbors and ports of the Eastern Mediterranean, approached through paleogeographic and historical studies. For us, historians and archaeologists, the knowledge contributed by different scientific fields studying the impact of multiple factors and their traces on ancient landscapes is of significant importance since it allows a better understanding of the history. The works carried on at the Institute of Historical Research attest to the ways and the extent of this entanglement, where societies dependent on the sea and empires built on their connectivity capacities forged the life and the history from ancient to modern times. A long tradition of studies related to sea communication and commercial activities resulted to a series of publications, while ongoing projects as the Kassos underwater project or the modern Cyclades one focus on the promotion of the rich maritime cultural heritage in a local, national, and international level. Therefore, we are convinced that the collaboration with the AKTES Society on more than one projects can be of mutual benefit for our studies. Since in the Mediterranean countries, the importance of the sea can be seen and even felt in any step of their history. Therefore, moreover, in a period of major climate changes, the underwater cultural heritage has become a subject of primary importance, and it is our privilege to have with us Professor David Blackman, whose work as a specialist on the harbors development triggered the relevant UNESCO convention. By organizing this conference, we have the ambition to bring together specialists from different fields to present divergent approaches to the studies of coastal cities. And we hope that during this day, we will have the opportunity to discuss the dynamics of an interdisciplinary perspective alongside the importance of coastal cities and their opening to the sea. So thanking you all for being with us, even though we are not yet able to meet in person. We are looking forward to an engaging session and a fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chariklia. We may start now with the first session, and Ioannis Moskos with the chair of the session. Ioannis, you have the floor.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the International Conference, Palaeogeography, History at Sea Level Fluctuations, Harbours and Ports of the Eastern Mediterranean. Thank you all for being here. We start with the first session, and the first contribution is by Dr. Nikos Moudjas, an independent research scholar, among others. Welcome, Nikos. Nikos is a partner of the AKTES the Society for the Study of Ancient Coastlines, AKTES NPO. I'm also a partner there. AKTES is a scientific society that has been operating since June 2009. Among its activities are related projects, publications, presentations, lectures, seminars, and today is co-organized this international online conference. The contribution of Nikos is anchorages, ports, and harbors from the Bronze Age to Hellenistic Aegean, a palaeogeographic approach while the sea level was changing. You can start, Nikos.
Okay. Okay, I don't know what to share my. Okay. Have a problem too. Okay. Can see my slide? Okay.
Yes, okay.
Okay. Thank you, Yanis. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this conference. In my talk, I would like to give you an overview of anchorage ports and harbors from the Bronze Age to Hellenistic Aegean, attempting their palaeogeographic approach while the sea level was changing. It is generally perceived that sea transgression or regression radically changed the morphology of the coast. At the end of the last glacial maximum, about 20,000 years before present, the sea level was 120 meters lower than at present, and the Aegean had a completely different morphology. The islands of the Eastern Aegean were part of the Asia Minor. Cyclades constituted a single island. Saronic Gulf was dry, and Corinth Gulf was a closed lake. Evolution of the Central Aegean, as sea level was rising rapidly, causing flooding by the sea. About 7,000 years before present, the surface rise slows down. After 6,000 years before present, sea level is preserved at the current levels. Isostatic and tectonic processes are now the determining factors in sea level change. From the late Neolithic onwards, the naval culture of the Aegean was reflected in rock paintings and carvings depicting ships and maritime activities. Obsidian raw material in the Aegean are restricted to the islands of Milos, Antiparos, and Gyali, and thus direct or indirect marine transportation from these islands to the sites of discovery is refuted. We start with the Bay of Kyllada, where a dramatic change in the coastal landscape has been observed. The Fracti Cave, opposite to Koronis Island, is one of the most important prehistoric sites of Greece that was continually inhabited from the Paleolithic until the final Neolithic. The large quantities of obsidian of Aegean origin are indicative of the maritime connectivity of the site. At the beginning of the Neolithic period, Kyllada Bay was an extensive plain, and the river crossing it flowed into the sea just east of the cave. The coast below the cave entrance was constantly retreating, with a gradual sea level rise of 9 meters during the last 7,000 years. 5,000 years ago, with a sea level 5 meters lower than at present, the coast further flooded, and Koronis Island detached from the land. In the adjacent bay of Labayana and Salandi, the coast extends further at least 100 meters beyond the early Hellenic settlements, now both submerged below sea level. We move on the central Cyclades at the northern end of Paros-Antiparos Strait, the northern shore of Antiparos, Ayagos, and Ermatonisia Islands, and on the right, Paros Island. The Neolithic settlement of Saliagos is located on the western side of the island. Maritime travel was an integral part of the island life. The inhabitants of the settlement were engaged in the processing of obsidian from Milos. The farming and craft activity found in Saliagos would not be limited to such a small island as it looks today. With the sea level 5 meters lower than at present, an extensive strip of land was joined together Saliagos, Rheumatonisi, Paros, and Antiparos. The paleogeography of the strait can justify the location that Saliagos was established and developed. At the southern boundary of the then land, an elongated rock field today submerged was probably a defacing coastal work. The Kalamianos coastal settlement seems to be an important anchorage site since the early Hellenic II period, according to the pottery found incorporated in the deeper and older Bijov generation. The coast of Kalamianos, as it now stands, with the various submerged geomorphological features, 3 Bijov generations, and sea erosion platform, and the submerged archaeological remains. Paleogeographic reconstruction of the coast of Kalamianos settlement, an anchorage site with a double harbor during the Bronze Age. Further south on southeast Peloponnese, in the Laconic Gulf, is located the well-known Pavlopetri. It was inhabited from the late Neolithic period until the end of the Mycenaean period, when it was abandoned. Close contacts between the safe landing harbor of Pavlopetri and Aegean provides the import of obsidian material from Milos. A closer view of Pavlopetri area and Vatican Bay. On the left, Cape Punda, where the submerged prehistoric settlement is located. The entire Bay of Vatica with 6 ancient shorelines deduced from the respective Bijov generation, marine erosional platform and notches incised on the ridge and representing the successive changes in sea level. The submerged settlement of Pavlopetri, the sandstone ridge east of it, the 2 islets protruding from the sea, and measured depths at selected points are shown. Paleogeographic reconstruction of the coast of Vatica Bay and the Peloponnese Strait in the early Bronze Age, late Bronze Age, and from the archaic period to late Roman times. Elaphorus Island was still connected to the mainland by the sandy isthmus. The boats of this period would have been dragged onto the sandy beach on both sides of Elaphorus Strait. The settlement was abandoned for reasons other than flooding by the sea. Between the 13th and 14th century AD and after the end of the 14th century, when the settlement and the Elaphorus Strait flooded by the sea, and the 2 islets were formed and is now stand. We are moving on to Crete in the southern part of Aegean. On right, the curve of the relative sea level change for Crete, which indicate 5 sea level stands and total submersion of 6.5 meters during the last 4,000 years. We start with the paleogeography of Elunda Gulf, which opens toward the north with the famous Pinaloga Island on the east and the narrow Poro Strait on the south. From a small lake in the late Neolithic to a larger one in the Proto-Palaeogeographic period, it turns into a shallow lagoon on the Neo-Palaeogeographic and Post-Palaeogeographic periods, with a narrow channel on the north side connecting it with the open sea. After 1200 BC, the Gulf takes its current form, submerged construction along the coast of Mirabello Gulf. Some 7 kilometers east of Heraklion city, Amnisos was considered as the Minoan harbor site of Knossos providing protection against northwest winds and waves and allowing ships to approach and moor. The sandy beach of the bay, about 2 kilometers long, is oriented east-west. At its western end, the Carteros River flows into the sea. The coast of Samnisos today, Monoharako Islet, some 400 meters offshore. Submerged walls of at least 3 Minoan house-type buildings, a slightly carved rock field has been found now submerged between the islet and the coast. During the Proto-Palaeogeographical period, Monoharako was a tide island connected to the sandy beach that protected from winds and waves. During the Neo-Palaeogeographical period, the islet separated from the coast. It was then probably that the rock field was constructed in order to restore the coast protection lost after the coastline retreat. The Minoan settlement of Moklos is mainly located on an islet of the coast of the modern village. Excavation from the Minoan period in Moklos revealed a significant amount of imported pottery from the entire Aegean and also the Eastern Mediterranean. Moklos appear to have been the most ideal harbor on that side of Crete. From the Proto-Palaeogeographical to the end of Post-Palaeogeographical period, the island was connected to the shore by an isthmus creating a double-sheltered harbor, where ships would find a safe place either to anchor or to be hauled onto the sandy beach. By the end of Post-Palaeogeographical period, sea level rose and the islet detached from the opposite coast. The prehistoric Minoan harbour-side town of Komos was a large walled port complex. It's situated at the southern end of the sandy shore of Messara Gulf. Offshore, in front of the town, there is a rocky reef, which is the only one along the fully exposed to winds and gales coast of Messara. The coast of Komos, geomorphological features such as the three beach rock generation, representing the different ancient coastline, the submerged part of the islet, and the contemporary rocky reef. The total sea level rise of 6.6 meters with 4 intermediate sea level stands has continually changed the morphology of the coast of Komos over the last 5,000 years. From the early Minoan period to the end of Post-Palaeogeographical period, the island protected the shore from the strong northwest winds, providing favorable conditions for ships to approach, anchor, or be hauled onto the sandy beach. After the end of Post-Palaeogeographical period, the islet shrank and did not further protect the coast from winds and waves. Views of the Minoan harbour town of Komos and its seafront now fully exposed to weather. The Minoan center of Katozagros on eastern Crete flourished in a privileged geographical location in a lee bay that provides a natural harbour morphology. The valley of Katozagros, naturally fortified with the surrounding steep limestone slopes, and the bay protected from the prevailing northwest winds. 4 tidal noses and sea erosion platform incised on limestone bedrock and 3 beach rock generation were recorded along the coast. The Palaeogeographical reconstruction of Katozagros Bay revealed that from the Proto-Palaeogeographical period to the end of the Post-Palaeogeographical period, a natural morphology shaped by elongated beach rock slab in the northmost part of the western coast used to approach and unloading of vessels so that, being lighter, they could be hauled on the beach. In the place of this natural pier is directed the paved road called the Harbour Road. The sea level rise at the end of Post-Palaeogeographical period drawn the natural pier. The beautiful harbor of Phalassa.
Καλημέρα. Ναι, καλημέρα. Τι κάνεις? Α, ωραία. Θα το δω και θα σου πάρω αργότερα πίσω.
Okay.
Απόγευμα. Εντάξει, έγινε, ευχαριστώ. Γεια σου.
Okay. Okay. Throughout the Middle and the late Holocene, the entire island of Crete was gradually submerged. During the AD 365 earthquake, the western tectonic block uplifted by 10 meters in its southwest extremity and eastern northeastward. Tidal notches at the entrance channel of Phalassa Harbor. The harbor was uplifted by 6.6 meters, was now located on land, and its installation were not further related to the sea. Aerial view of the harbor installation. The harbor of Phalassa was fortified in the second half of the 4th century before Christ. It was military port and was destroyed and abandoned in the second half of the 1st century BC. Use of the harbor facilities. In the 4th century BC, the harbor basin was communicated with the sea through a channel carved onto the rock. We are moving on to the central Aegean Cyclades in Chios Island. In the southern Gulf of Agios Nikolaos, on the northwest coast of Chios, is located the small promontory of Agia Irini, on which the prehistoric settlement was found. Its strategic position and the quartz morphology were the main selection criteria for the establishment of the town harbor of Agia Irini. Aerial view of Agia Irini headland and the prehistoric settlement. The extensive submerged park is shown. Plan of Agia Irini headland and the surrounding rock field now submerged. It seems that was made in order to gain vital space for the construction of the seawall section of the great fortification wall. Relics of the tower and large accumulation of rubble were found all around the headland. The rise of the brackish groundwater trading flooded the relics of the buildings and the water supply installation of the prehistoric settlement. Around 2000 BC, Agia Irini was still an important harbor town in the Aegean, experiencing a long period of sea level stability. Around 1300 BC, the town was completely destroyed and the area was abandoned. The surrounding Ruthenian part of the coast of the already deserted settlement was gradually submerged by the three changes in sea level that followed. The southern Polis Gulf in southeast Chios at Chios-Kythnos Strait is bordered on both north and south by steep cliffs. The promontory of Aspri Vigla forms two smaller bays, Mikres Polis to the south and Megales Polis to the north. In the middle of the Polis Gulf, there is a small island. Submerged geomorphological sea level markers found in Polis Gulf, that is, two marine notches inside on the east rocky cliff, and 5 beats of generation point to intermediate sea level stand and an overall sea level rise of 5 meters over the last 4,500 years. During the late Neolithic period, probably the site was occupied on both sides of the rocky strip, which joined the island to the coast. By the end of this period, part of it were flooded by the sea level rise. In the early 5th century BC, the city was established and the breakwater was built. The harbor was gradually submerged by the three subsequent sea level changes. Schematic representation of ancient Carthage and its harbor at the beginning of the 3rd century BC. Rhenia and Delos are separated by a narrow sea channel. Between them, there are two rocky islets, Mikros Lemataris and Megalos Lemataris. The sea front of ancient Dido stretched for about 1 kilometer for Scarlana Bay to the coast of the region of Stors. Location of the various geomorphological and archaeological markers on the seafront of ancient Delos, the coastline configuration of the classical Hellenistic and post-Hellenistic period based on the bathymetry of Ardailon 1896, before later human intervention that altered the morphology of the coast. Palaeogeography reconstruction during the classical period and after the end of Hellenistic period. Palaeogeographic reconstruction of the strait of Delos, the contemporary bathymetry and the strait during the late Neolithic. During classical and Hellenistic period, Mikros Island was almost connected with the coast of Delos, providing protection from the prevailing north winds. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Nikos, for this very interesting presentation. This survey to the agency. You have to walk also to the Western Greece, the Ionian Sea.
Yes.
I have already a question, but at the discussion session. Okay, so we proceed to the last presentation, the first session. Dr. Ioannis Nakas, he's a independent scholar. You have a BA at Ioannis, I see, as I have. The theme is Sisyphean harbors, natural changes, and the administration of Hellenistic Roman harbors of the Mediterranean.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me here. And I will, without further ado, I will start my presentation. Okay, what's my, wait, sorry. Okay, there we go. So my subject is Sisyphean harbors, natural changes and administration of Hellenistic and Roman harbors of the Mediterranean.
Sorry, Ioannis, we don't see anything yet. Could you please try again to share the screen?
Yeah, sorry. There we go. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Make it full and...
Is it full?
Thank you. Perfect.
Okay. Thank you very much. So I'm going to build up on on the previous presentations much more or less. And my presentation aims not so much in presenting some new evidence on some of the harbors I've worked on, but mostly to contextualize our knowledge and discuss the relationship between the natural changes and the administration of harbors and how people tackled the problems presented by natural causes. And to introduce the period is the Hellenistic and the Roman period, which saw the unification of the Mediterranean as the under the Diadochi, under the successors of Alexander the Great, and then this unification was perfected by and concluded by the Roman Empire, which initiated the Pax Romana, and of course a very large increase in the interconnection and trade and traveling throughout the Mediterranean, which put greater pressure on the construction of harbors. And we have some of the most important harbors and bigger harbors, and more elaborate ones of antiquity, built exactly in that period, as the famous Alexandria, Portus, and or Caesarea Maritima, who were to serve rising numbers of ships. And never forget that the harbor is built to accommodate ships, no matter what happens outside the water or inside the water in the construction of the harbor. So what were the challenges faced in that period, and of course in every period of antiquity? It was, of course, siltation. Siltation was very common in the period. It's documented in many ancient sources. It's not through sites like Patara or in Portus, of course, that has changed already in antiquity the configuration of harbors. Another problem, of course, very known in geomorphologists is uplift. We have the example of Phalasarna, where the whole of the harbor is standing today, and it's standing today outside way above the sea level. This is what happened already in antiquity, or the Portus Julius in Bahia, in Puteoli, in Italy, where subsidence had started already in the 1st century BC. Other problems, of course, include wave action, which is very common throughout the Mediterranean, which destroys a lot of harbor works, and this is something that has to be tackled by the harbor administrators. So what did they do in terms of building? We know that there were 3 basic types of harbor construction in antiquity. There was the rock-cut harbors, conventionally called Phoenician, because they were developed in the early Iron Age by the Phoenicians and continued, although in lesser extent later. We have the example of Madia, for example, in Tunisia, where they have the Kothon, the dugout harbor. Then we have the Greek method, which is the rubble moles. This is very common in the Aegean, particularly like the Klazomene that we see here, or Kenchre, or Delos, or Andros, many sites known. And then we have the Roman method of building, which is the maritime concrete. Of course, all these terms are conventional, because I don't believe that they were predominantly used in a certain period, but they interchanged between them according to the needs of each harbor. Now, starting with the rubble moles and the reclamation, we have the example of Delos. In Delos, we are lucky enough to have a very extended geophysical researches and archaeological excavation. And in Delos, what happened is that they built a massive rubble mole. You can see up on the top left encircled, and they also began a large program of reclamation. You see on the right part of the screen the area approximately speculated by the geophysical research that was reclaimed in antiquity in order to create a very important and useful, both symbolically as well as practically, façade maritime, a maritime facade of a very important city, and of course a sanctuary. However, what was the success of this scheme? Although the rubble moles were very sturdy, and they still stand more or less as they were in antiquity, underneath the surface of the water, as you can see in this aerial photograph, the Great Mole probably caused more problems than the ones it solved, because according to geophysical research undertaken on the main harbor of Delos, it created a sediment transit in the shape of a vortex, which instead of keeping the sediment outside the harbor, it actually accelerated the siltation. And thus we have the image we have today of the harbor, which is a very shallow and silted one. The Delians, on their side, on the part of the story, they had created the office of the Epimeletis to Homatos, which meant the superintendent of the landfill, because they had invested a lot of money, as we know from the sanctuary's inscriptions, in creating this useful harbor. That was until, of course, the middle of the 2nd century BC. After that, on the one hand, the island became a free port under the Roman control, of course. So there were no taxes paid, and the Delians turned their attention not on creating a harbor, but on embellishing the land infrastructures of the harbor, making it a more appealing place for ships and merchants to visit, but not a big and very protected harbors. A bit of something surprising considering the commercial role of Delos in antiquity. And another example, and unfortunately something's wrong with my image here, of Kenchre, I'm sorry for that. In Kenchre, in northwestern Peloponnese, we have an example of rubble moles built probably in the Roman period, in the 1st century AD. And you see here the aerial photograph. In this case, according to the excavation of the harbor by the American and the University of Indiana in Chicago in the 60s, the harbor became a silt-free harbor, even today that it is submerged due to sea level rise and subsidence. And this was due to the clever use of the rubble moles, which you can see on the north and the south of the harbor. So this is an example of a simple, cheap, efficient, and resilient solution to natural change that still largely protects the bay today. Now, rubble moles, as I said, were really efficient and really stable. After someone had dropped rubble onto the seabed, they remained in their position and conglomerated and created very sturdy breakwaters. However, the biggest problem was their inclination that, as you can see on the top left drawing, it prevented merchant ships of attaching themselves to the piers and the quays that were built on this field. So that was a problem. And as you can see in some of the photographs in the early 20th century Aegean, they would either use lighters or only small ships could approach the docks. So that was a bit of a drawback in this type of dealing with natural change. Now, maritime concrete was an extremely important invention by the Romans, that its use became widespread in the Mediterranean, especially during Augustus' reign in the early 1st century AD. It was efficient in creating harbors everywhere. It created monumental structures, very stable, but it was complicated, as described by Vitruvius in his book, De Architectura. It was expensive because, thanks to the Romacons, the Roman Concrete Survey Program, all of the material found in maritime concrete was imported from central Italy. It was pozzolana, volcanic pumice ash from Vesuvius. So this rose the cost incredibly, and only very few people in the Mediterranean could afford it. It was also a technique unknown to local builders, so you couldn't expect local builders to trust something they didn't know. And it was most likely non-resistant to time, as we know from the example of Caesarea Maritima, that according to archaeological and geomorphological research, by the end of the 1st century AD, much of the monumental quays and breakwaters had collapsed, and they were practically unusable by ships to dock on them. And you can see how the caissons, the wooden caissons used for the construction of the harbor, they had often changed places. They had collapsed due to the softness of the sediments. Another example is the Portus, the famous Portus in Rome, in Ostia, where you see the northern mall here. According to recent archaeological research by the Romacons project, the quality of the concrete used here was not very efficient. And in 62 AD, when after the building of the Claudian basin in Portus, there was a huge storm that destroyed, according to Tacitus, 200 merchant ships inside this supposedly safe harbor. So the solutions were not always as good as they seemed. Another issue was the use of the maritime concrete. Because it was expensive and complicated, it required a lot of state funding, and it was concentrated in very specific areas, mostly between southern France and central Italy and northern Africa, whereas there are few examples of verified maritime concrete in the east. Now, another technique that's not very widely known is the use of ashlar building. It's mostly known from the harbor of Amathus, built by Demetrius Poliorketos in around 300 BC, which was, according to Jean-Yves Empereur and Tony Coselli publication, it was never probably finished, and it was never used. And you see here this nice little drawing how it was constructed. So that was a method that never became very famous. Now, wood was also used, and it was cheap, provided it was, of course, available, and it was used and has been found in places like Naples and Marseille, where there was extensive use of wood to facilitate the unloading of ships and the construction of piers. Oddly, and it's also documented in frescoes like this one from Stabia. Oddly enough, in the Eastern Mediterranean, there is no documentation of the use of wood in that period. There are many wooden remains in Istanbul in the Yenikapı excavation, but they do not date in the earlier than the late Roman period, and mostly early Byzantine. So that it's a bit of a question, why did they not use this? And also, it is not documented in any written source. Now, dredging was another answer to the problem of siltation. Of course, there are many examples studied by geophysicists in Portus, in Naples, and Marseille. In Marseille, of course, they found what is believed to have been a dredging ship with an opening at its hull. And here we see how it was used in the Netherlands in the 19th century by convicts. And of course, but dredging had many forms. There was the shallow dredging, like in Naples, where it's believed that dredging was limited to a small depth. And there was also in Portus, the paleo-environmental age depth model they used in the extensive research there showed that dredging reached up to 5 or 6 meters, allowing for even the biggest ships of the period to use the harbor. Of course, the cost was immense. And we see here in this map that dredging reported in written evidence or by archaeological remains, it seems to have been limited according to the data we have. Now, an example that Ms. Maurer spoke also earlier was of the success and the failure of harbor works was Ephesus, of course, which started from the Hellenistic harbor on the top left, evolved into this very closed basin with a narrow strip of water leading to the open sea, thanks to Attalus' construction of the big groin or dike. It was works continued by the Roman emperors, which resulted in a rather difficult to use harbor, as you can see here. And whether the result was sufficient, it's a bit unknown, but it's definitely problematic in terms of an easy access harbor. Another example was ancient Side. Side in Pamphylia was, according to written evidence, a harbor that it kept silting all the time, and it was a proverbial task to dredge the harbor because as soon as one dredging finished, another one was essential for this very peculiar harbor. Now, one of the most important aspects we have to consider when we approach the construction and maintenance of harbor of the period is politics, and politics is related to mostly to the rulers of the period. We know that the Pharos of Alexandria was an extremely important symbol of the city and of the power of the Ptolemies, and that was continued with the construction of harbors by emperors like Nero, Trajan, Septimius Severus, and they're all documented in art, and other harbors like this. This is how the lighthouse at Patara in Lycia would look like, built by Nero. But that was also problematic because political intervention in the construction of harbors was not even, and we see here where they are reported in, of course, written evidence, and there were whole areas. You can see the Aegean, for example. There's only in Lechion that we have a dredging operation in the late antiquity, and then in Ephesus, where many local officials and emperors invested a lot of money to maintain the harbor. Whereas you can see that in central Italy, of course, the harbor serving Rome had always received more imperial patronage. What local people were left with is what it has been called an opportunistic harbor, according to Justin Lightwanger. These were harbors used without much or any harbor works. They were mostly open beaches where ships could actually beach or draft beach and unload their cargoes and easily sail away. They were open, rather free harbors, and they testify to the adaptability of merchants and mariners in the lack of properly protected harbors and the dangers represented by the coast. The coast was ever changing. All geomorphologists know, and archaeologists, of course, the coast always changes. And it is very difficult to approach a coast when you're not sure what you're going to encounter. So I believe that to a great extent, much of the trade and traveling was done through opportunistic harbors where ships were well equipped and mariners well trained and experienced to tackle it without using organized harbor. And to conclude, harbor builders and administration dealt with a series of challenges. They needed to maintain harbors operable, and there were many technologies available and they were used accordingly, but the results were not always satisfactory and permanent. They depended on natural and human factors, whether a harbor could be maintained and continue its life. Solutions, of course, depended on these factors, and oddly enough, many harbor structures did not always correspond to practical needs, but there was a lot of patronage and political intervention to that. And often the simplest and cheaper solutions were chosen to operate a harbor in a complicated world of geological change, politics, economics, and technology. And future research, there is a need to fill the gap in the geography of ancient harbors. More archaeological surveys and excavation need to be undertaken to enrich our knowledge, more geophysical work, of course, in every harbor and coast. And lastly, there needs to be a discussion, an interdisciplinary approach between archaeologists, geologists, historians, all branches of science that can help us understand the construction and evolution of all ancient harbors. And with that, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ernest, for this extensive and interesting presentation. According to the program, we have the discussion now. Attendees can just write the questions for the panelists to the chat, and I can read them. I have the first question. My question to Nikos Mougias. Nikos, do you find that there are essential differences between the prehistoric and the historical periods as far as the selection of harbor sites and the construction of harbors is concerned? Do you hear me?
Yes. Yes, there is a clear distinction between time periods. During the late Neolithic and Bronze Age, certain natural morphologies were selected as harbor sites. Therefore, the natural morphology of the coast site was the determining factor for the selection. During historical time, from the archaic period to classical and Hellenistic periods, harbor works supplemented to natural morphology with a few exceptions, like Aegina Harbor. During Roman times, determining factor for the selection of the harbor site was the strategic geographic position, suitable for servicing trade routes and economic directions. Therefore, ports were made even to exposed coast with necessary infrastructure and facilities.
Okay. David Blackman, I see you have a question.
Yes, to Nikos, the tilting of Crete. Now, this is something I grew up in. It seemed fairly simple then, up at the west and down in the east. I know it's much more complicated now. I would like to, firstly, to comment, there is work at Palaeogeography now, which is obviously, we expect submersion. I'm very interested. 10 years ago, we asked for a permit to work underwater when I was director in Athens, but the permit was refused by the head of the Ephoria and Elion. Now, with the current Prostamenos, there's a good cooperation with the British School, and I've not been involved in it now, not at my age, but I'm getting the impression that they're finding evidence of sea level change about 1.50 meters since the Roman times, and over 2 meters when they're getting my known remains. I should be, so my question there, is that going to be along with your theories? And where is a simple archaeological, for the archaeologist comprehensible account of where you and maybe others will disagree among the geomorphological community on the tilting of Crete? There's a big question for you.
Nikos, you have to unmute.
We can't hear. We can't hear you. We can't hear you.
Unmute.
Unmute.
Okay,
Okay, now.
we can see you slides on this. Excuse me one moment. Okay. This one. Okay, to share this. Okay. Okay, you can see here a model of the situation, tectonic situation during the 4,000 last 4,000 years for Crete. We have a complete subsidence of all the island during from 3,700 to 1,055 BP. All the island was submerged. But the only differentiation of this tectonic differentiation was during the 365 earthquake, which the western part was uplifted, but the central and eastern part of Crete remained stable. We have total 6.5 meters of submersion of all the island from the Neolithic time to today, and during post-Palaeogeography, during Bronze Age, all the Crete has a sea level at minus 3.9 meters below contemporary sea level, and Katos site and Palaeogeography, we found all the Bronze Age construction minus 3.5 meters below modern sea level.
Okay, so we.
Okay. There is another question for we just have to find it.
By my senior thing, yeah.
From Christophe Morhage. The question is, it's a huge book. How do you integrate the sedimentary budget in your coastal reconstructions?
Mainly concerning clastic coasts.
Okay. Okay. You can see me? Okay.
Yeah, because Nikos, for the rocky coast, it's very convincing, the relative sea level reconstruction and the submersion of the sites. But how do you deal when there is a lot of sedimentary budget? Because I was not surprised, but I was impressed by, for example, the corpus of Chiara Mauro concerning siltation in ancient texts. A lot of important notice, and the quasi-absence of sea level impacts. This is the original question.
Okay. In our cases, which was presented, all the harbors was on rocky cliffs in rocky coast. our method to approach this paleogeographic reconstruction was to define the sea level from tidal notches and beach rocks to reconstruct the ancient sea level and to date and to with the ancient construction, a submerged construction. In the cases of the sedimentation, you know better that they use drilling sedimentary columns to approach and biological markers to define the former sea level. It's another method. You know better this.
Christoph Morheitz has another question for Chair Amavraci.
Yes, Yannis, I read the question, so I can reply. So first of all, Christoph, thank you very much for your question and for your suggestion. Well, I think that you're right in the sense that an analysis of this kind could be really interesting, and you're also right in saying that frequently ancient written texts did not mention explicitly changes in the sea level, but starting from the analysis of this text, we can infer some information, and so we can try to reconstruct the evolution of the environment, especially when we use different sources with different chronologies, so that we can understand what was the evolution across the time. So as you can see, for example, Kaunos, well, in the 5th century BC, they say that it was just a secure harbor, whereas the version of Strabo is a little different. So if we analyze the diachronic evolution, I think that it could be an analysis that it's very interesting. So thank you for the suggestion. I will take it into account.
There is a question from Maria Leoncini to Ioannis Nakas. I would like to ask which factor was ultimately more important? In his opinion, for the construction or repair of a port, the political and economic, or the environmental, the latter could surpass all.
Well, I do believe that it was a very complicated issue. I believe that when someone wanted to create a harbor and fight off environmental change and everything, they would do it. And the people who could do that, because harbors were expensive in antiquity as they are today, they were willing to invest a lot of money to that. Mainly it was the imperial family, as we know from inscription and historical sources, or some rulers like Herod, of course, in Caesarea Maritima. But that was more complicated because, as I said in my presentation, there was a lot of political, and this is something that Pascal Arnaud has written a lot about it, and he has much better than me explored the literal sources. There was a lot of politics happening and a lot of patronage in every public work, especially in the Roman Empire. And there was an interplay between which city would receive the benefaction of an emperor and which one not. And often the imperial families would choose one city against another. And there is one example where there was a local, a very rich family, and I think it was in Ephesus, that they gave so much money for public work, they went to court because that antagonized the emperors. Whether there was, I think that it all depended on the availability of funds. If there were no funds, harbors could remain pretty much exposed and operate as they were. And that's the example of Kenkre, for example. But I think that, as I said, that did not affect trade as much as we think. It did affect harbors for one thing, because they were more monumental and more like a political statement to people. So I cannot really answer that there was one factor that prevailed in everything. It was complicated. Thank you.
David Blackman has
may I, to this answer, may I add something?
Yes, of course.
Yes, I think more than political, and Maria also, Leoncini knows better than we do, it is not only a political action, but it is also an action of necessity, because we have the problem of grain supply for the major centers. So probably many of these ports, I don't say harbors, because it is maybe bigger constructions than just a harbor, they were used and rebuilt and more fund in these cases, so that they have a chain of grain supply, especially for Rome. It is not only a political action, I think.
Well, if I can comment on that, I agree with that they were, as early as 1940s, there was Michael Rostovchev who called some ports as terminal harbors, like Alexandria and Portus, of course. And not surprisingly, they received a lot of imperial funding also during the time of the successors. Alexandria had a very well-organized and richly funded harbor. And then you have the middle harbors, the middle ground, as it's called in the network theory, that they never could, and they were never interested in investing money in harbors, like Delos, for example, despite the fact that Delos received a lot of ships every year. So this is a very straightforward answer, that we have the network of the West supplying Rome, of course, through Africa and southern France. And there we have very well-built harbors, as we can say it. And it has been suggested, of course, that it was a very specific network. And also bear in mind that southern France was not a very good area for traveling with a ship. It was very dangerous for ships, whereas the Aegean, for example, it offers a lot of natural bays who need little harbor works, and ships would just seek refuge, do what has been called by Zarmakupi the selective tramping, that you choose the way you choose where you're going to anchor, because you have the luxury between all the little islets and all the little gulfs, etc. This you do not have in Northern Africa, and you do not have it in Southern France. And these are areas, and Northern Africa is still a very promising field of research about especially Roman harbors, that I believe that it will show in the future many artificial harbors built in the Roman imperial period, as they did to the north. So I would agree with you, and but there's also that this middle ground between the big harbors, and you have the middle harbors, which they're also very interested to study. Thank you.
And to these middle harbors or lesser harbors, I think that we can see the flexibility of the use of the coast. And I think Dr. Vauro's presentation also showed that that flexibility to rebuild or to abandon or to to movement to a closer and another harbor in the neighborhood. So I think that this is a flexibility which is characteristic of these coastal societies, which do not stop if something happens, even a greater destruction.
I totally agree with you, yes. And I didn't go into much detail on that. This has been my previous study, my thesis about the tonnage of ships and their draft and how much they could actually approach harbors and whether these big ships were actually present. But I totally agree with you that along with the big merchant ships, there was a multitude of smaller vessels dealing with small scale trade. And these were mostly the clients, let's say, of the medium harbors, along with the big ones. It's a very big issue, but I totally agree with you, and it would be worth discussing it in another event. Thank you.
So David Blackman has a question.
I had a further comment to Nikos. For Palaeogastro, if the new finds confirm that Minoan remains 2 meters plus depth and Roman remains 1.50 meter, something like that. I'm not directly involved, but this would be a very interesting conclusion. But my main point was going back to Ioannis Narkas. I think it's very important to stress not everybody who wanted to do build some harbour works was rich. Sometimes he's absolutely right, and this is something we need to keep in mind. Primitive has a content as if it must be early. A lot of simple harbours may have been of almost any date. Not everybody, even when you had the new maritime concrete, how many people could have actually afforded to use it? Clearly, those who had access to the new materials probably charged a very high price. So I think it's very important that we keep in mind that for many harbour engineers in the more modest, the middle ground, the simplest and cheapest methods would have been used. And a final point which has come up and will no doubt come up again, the importance of recent study and the importance of the good cooperation we're having between archaeologists and geologists, geomorphologists, is on the question of harbour depth and the draft of ships. This is, I've watched now for nearly 60 years the development of this subject, and this is one of the areas from which there's very good progress. We'll probably come back to that today. Thank you.
Hellenic has a question.
Blackman.
Okay, for the Palaeogastro. Pirazzoli in 1996 published a circular construction in the bay of Palaeogastro at a depth of 3 meters. If I remember, I could remember. This is Theodoulou, years ago, date this construction to pre-Palatial period, Bronze Age period. Okay, and this is a good agreement with the sea level who I defined in a depth of 4 meters of sea level in that period. A construction of building construction, it's not very accurate sea level marker, but the depth of this construction is in agreement with this sea level.
Yes, just one word, that's a shipwreck. And again, we have to keep it slightly separate, although obviously the study of the shipwreck at Palaeogastro will be very important. It's very good. We have a good cooperation between the British School and Theotokos.
I don't have a good idea for Palaeogastro because I never served this area.
Okay, Hellenic has a question, I see. Eleni, are you there? Yes, okay.
Yes. I'm here. Thank you, Yannis. A moment. Okay. I would like to add a comment, to add something to Christophe's comment on siltation. Usually the main purpose of breakwaters and moles was the protection from the weather. Okay, their alignment was mainly dictated by the prevailing wind and generated current in such a way to prevent silting within the basin. Christophe, of course, knows very well because he's made a long year research in sediments and so on. But the main idea is this for breakwaters and mols. And now I have two questions, one for Chiara Mauro and one for Yannis Nakas. For Chiara, I found very interesting the use of written sources. Ancient literary sources and testimonies have been proved useful tools for us too, for dating sea level changes, providing at least a terminus ad hoc for the change in sea level. But I would like to raise a concern to what she claimed. Is it an issue of resilience or resistance? What I mean is, in engineering terms, is it the influence of disturbance on structure or the influence of the structure on the disturbance? Let's discuss a while on this.
Okay, thank you, Eleni, for your comments. Well, it's you're right. You're right in pointing it. I also agree that I see written sources are very useful, but we also have to balance them and to compare them with other kind of evidence, no? Because, well, not always the version of the sources coincide with what we found in situ. So, well, it could be used, yes, but it's necessary also, I mean, to compare them with other kind of data. So I agree with you. And, well, concern your last issue, I mean, you're right, it's a very interesting point. I think that I have to think more about this topic because I've just, I mean, these are just some preliminary consideration. I've just started to look into it, but you're right. I mean, I should also try to think about what you said. I mean, if it's really could be interpreted as resilient or if it should be read from another point of view. So I thank you for your insight.
Okay, thank you. And my question for Yannis Nakas. Yanni, you were referred to a massive Rappel Mount breakwater on Delos Coast. Do you believe that this was the initial shape of a breakwater? Because Nikos Mourdzas presented the paleogeography of the Delos-Rhenia Strait and claimed that the strait was closed until at least the Hellenistic period, according to the established sea level stands for the Cyclades. And what we see today, piles of stones, aligned breakwaters and walls and so on, they are all located along the Roman coastline, and they served for the coast protection from sea erosion after the sea level rise and the retreat of the coastline. What do you think?
Well, that's a good question, because I have noticed that in the publication about Delos, that there are different views about the reconstruction of the harbor. And the problem is that this construction that is totally very close to the other breakwaters in the Aegean, like the one in Andros, like the Klazomenei one, and others, that they have the same shape, and it is a rubble foundation. Now, if we, to be clear, I believe there was a certain basin in the middle of the harbor, but because there is the presence of the crystallite basement, according to geological research, it could never be very deep. That was a very shallow harbor. No matter how you see it, even if you dredge it, you're going to reach the rock very soon. But the construction of this, and I'm aware that the depth, the reconstruction of the original depth gives you such a solution. The problem is that this structure, if it didn't have a basin on the inside, it would not be, it would make no sense to construct it as it is. And secondly, if the area was silted, they would have built something on it. And all the buildings of Delos, all the monuments, all the statue bases and everything were all around this little basin. I think that, and I'm an archaeologist, I'm not a geophysicist, so I might be wrong. I believe that my opinion is that there was a harbor, very shallow one. It was affected heavily by siltation caused by this breakwater. It was not usable by big ships, only by boats. But the fact that they never built anything on that area in later periods, I think shows that it never really became land. Now, the problem is, as you mentioned, the bathymetric indications, that if you actually lower the level of water, and in the Cyclades, we know that there is very stable sea level rise. We have also beach rock to document that. And that creates a problem that deserves further. We have to look deeper into that and to find the truth. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sofia Zubaki has a question.
Yes, thank you. I have a question for Chiara Maria Mauro, whom I want to congratulate for her talk. It was very inspiring. But following Eleni's comment, Eleni Kolaiti's comment, and wondering about resistant structures or resilience in general, I would like to say that the way I understand resilience is not the resilience of a structure, the resilience of a harbor. It is the resilience of a complex unit, of a system. It is the environment and the human structures in it. So it is an interconnected system which decides or is able to resist or otherwise to collapse. So I can see that when we have to do with environmental stress as seismic phenomena or sediment or whatever, it is more a question of political or economic dynamism of the system in charge of the harbor, of a sanctuary, of whatever, to give a solution and lead the structure to resilience and lead the system, the whole system, to resilience. So this is why in case of Rome, it was the central authority which financed the technical innovations which affected the everyday life of the people, finally. The technical innovations in the harbors, which Ioannis Nakas described so well. In this view, I can see not only the harbors as more resilient structures, as Adger, I think, stated. So I have, my first question to you is, if you are really, if you really agree with Adger that harbors are more resilient, because I see that everything can be more resilient if there is a political system with economic ability in charge, able to protect it. And second, should we really look for the reason of collapse of Hellenic in religious reasons, in Poseidon's anger, Poseidon's wrath, or should we look for other more tangible reasons? Thank you.
Well, thank you, Sophia. The truth is that I'm gaining many insight from your feedback, so thank you very much. Well, your point is interesting. I think that we can change our opinion about resilience based on on, I mean, if we apply the term residence to harbor, or for example, Hellenic was suggesting, or you say that, well, we have to consider a harbor as a complex unit. I was more thinking, and I was trying to assess the resilience, not of the structure or of the harbor as a system, but the resilience of ancient coastal communities. So this is what I wanted to assess in my paper. So, but it changes, no? Our opinion changes if we apply the term resilience to different issues, to different factors. I think that I could agree with Aj's statement, because from what I found, it seems that ancient coastal communities were quite resilient, because as I tried to explain, the location of a harbor or the existence of a harbor depended not just on the harbor itself, but on the whole social system around the harbor that was social, but was also economical and political, of course. So it's a mix of elements that contributes in this major resilience of the ancient coastal communities. So I think that I, in broad terms, agree with Ajer, because, well, I've presented some cases, but I know there are also other similar cases, for example, Oiniadae, or also the harbor of Cnidos that was completely relocated, no? So I think that in broad terms, I agree with Ajer's statement if we refer the term resilience to the ancient coastal communities, not to the harbor itself or to the harbor as a system. So this is for the first question. And as the second question, I presented three different hypotheses, because I think that the three could be understandable if we project this hypothesis to the past, because, well, the religious aspect was very important in the ancient Greek world, and it was strictly connected also to the politics. No, religious and politics were strictly connected. So I think that could be an explanation. According to the Greek mentality, they committed an act of hubris against Poseidon because they sent away some religious ambassadors, the theoroi. So because of this, they were considered as that they committed an act of hubris. So I think that this explanation could make sense, because Poseidon is also the god of the sea, so it's like a punishment. I don't think that is the only reason, or that is the strongest reason, but I think that we can, to explain why this reconstruction did not take place, we could also take it into account. We cannot disregard this hypothesis, I think, well, in my opinion. Thank you.
Peter, do you have a question?
Yeah, it's rather two very brief comments. So the first is on Delos. Roman Delos tends to be much more important than we used to think, like 20 or 30 years ago. So apart from the main sacred port, there must have been at least 3 or 4 alternative ports and harbors, one in the west, serving the commercial buildings of the island, and others in the south and the east. So apart from that, we should seek some alternative ports and options once the main port, the old port, is not functional anymore. And another comment on the beams not discovered so often in the Eastern Mediterranean. I just want to say that in the area of Vladochori at Igoumenitsa, that used to be the harbor town of the Roman colony of Photiki, wooden beams dating to the Roman to late Roman periods were discovered, like 20 years ago, I think, by Kalliopi Preka in one of the excavations in the harbor of Igoumenitsa. Just that. Thank you.
So I can see any other questions. Some of them have been already answered to the chat. So we can close the second session. At
sorry.
The first session, sorry.
Excuse me, Yanis.
Yes.
Small intervention on Delos.
Okay.
This is my result on the seafront of Delos. There is in Hill House, in the area of in the coastal Hill House, there is some buildings here, submerged, incorporated in the beach rock formation, dated to Roman times, and here mass of rocks, a wall, a sea wall, and mass of rocks. All this is across the Roman shoreline. Excuse me. This is along all the Roman shoreline. In this area, there are buildings, and all this area was land in that time. There are not sacred harbor in this point. If you can see the shorelines of the classical period, there are not any breakwater, because you can see only to these rock fields. These rock fields, for my opinion, are defense walls from the erosion of the sea, and not breakwater. For my opinion, all this area was land in that time, and there is not a sacred harbor in this area. The only protected area was in the region of the stones, in the only protection area to approach and hold onto the beach the vessels. Okay, thank you.
Okay. I think that there is nothing else. We can finish with the first session. We'll be back at 13:10.
I welcome you from my side also to the online conference Palaeography on Palaeography, History and Sea Level Fluctuations, Harbours and Ports of the Eastern Mediterranean on the second session. And I now call Dr. Marco Ancidei of the National Institute of Geophysics and Volcanology at the National Earthquake Center of Italy to present us his presentation on sea level changes and vertical land movements in the Mediterranean inferred from times, harbors and quarries.
Okay, thank you. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So I thank you all for the very interesting meeting, because there are many interesting issues arising from the presentation. So what I will try to do is to speak about what we know at the moment and what we may improve our observation on sea level changes. Relative sea level changes in the Mediterranean from the harbors, coming from the data we obtained, for example, from the fish tanks, and how we can try to compare some results to calibrate the observation of the relative sea level changes at each site. So I will briefly discuss the history of the archaeological relative sea level changes we know in the Mediterranean, and I will show you the recent discoveries in the Roman harbor of Lipari, and compare it with the nearby fish tank nearby pier of Basiluzzo, and a comparison between the relative sea level change that we know from sites where that includes fish tanks, harbors, and quarries. And we have an example in Ventotene and Torre Astura along the coast of the Tyrrhenian coast of Italy near Rome, and some conclusion. I want to recall that we are speaking about relative sea level change in archaeology normally, which depends from the changes in the global ice volume, so the melting of ice sheets in the recent history, in the last 2,000 or 3,000 years normally. So, which is the isostatic response that depends on the isostatic response and by tectonics. So each observation we do along the coast is a combination of different factors that must be taken into account to better understand the intervening relative sea level change in each site. So we know that the Mediterranean is a very active tectonic zone, and there are many archaeological, maritime archaeological indicators consisting of fish tanks, harbor, quarries, and others that very interesting and are providing very interesting results, not only for the archaeological interpretation, but also for the geophysical and geological interpretation of the activity of this region. So I just show you some of the most famous harbors of Mediterranean, like that of Leptis Magna in Libya, or the harbor and the slipways, the bollards and the docks, and the slipways in Carthage in Tunisia, for example, or the harbor of Miseno with the bollards for mooring still on site. These harbors, like others, provided very interesting information in the past decades, and many books and papers have been written since the 70s on the sea level changes in the Mediterranean. So there was been always an improvement on the observation, and especially in the interpretations, archaeological interpretation and geophysical and geological interpretation of the obtained results. So there was a long discussion on the significance of the fish tanks and their validity as sea level indicators, and we'll discuss this topic, especially in the next meeting that will be held in next September in Santa Severa near Roma, and probably the interpretation of the fish tanks is a very good point that can support and to calibrate the elevation, the past elevation, and the present relative sea level changes in the harbors. So for the fish tanks, you know, the crepido, the channel systems with the historical sources like the left by Colomella and Barrone that describe very well the techniques of building of the fish tanks and their relationship with the sea level to be functional for the water exchange within the basin with tide. And how these fish tanks have been protected by ways, by big external walls, by tall external walls. So this has been very important issues for several reasons. And at the end, we concluded, or I think there is a general agreement that this sluice gate systems is a precise, probably is the most precise sea level indicator that we can obtain from the archaeological observation, from the archaeological information. And this information can be correlated and checked against the harbors. So I will attempt to explain this point, starting from some Roman harbors, mainly the Lipari Marina Lunga in the Ionian Islands, the Pier of Basiluzzo, and the harbor of Torre Stura. So the Roman harbor of Lipari Marina Lunga is in the Ionian Islands, has been discovered in not many years ago by Sebastiano Tusa, the good friend of Sebastiano Tusa, was the director, the superintendent of the sea of the region of Sicily. And for that harbor, I organized with him a multi-beam surveys that provided very good observation of the harbor, because the existing pier is a big one, because about 140 meters length, is about 40 meters wide width, and covers an area about 10,000 square meters. And the high resolution topography, we can see from these slides, let us understand the sea level, the relative sea level changes occurred since the construction of this pier. So these are some images. On the right, you may see the surface of the piers, which is presently located about 11 meters below the sea level. Is still on site, is still well preserved, and on the left you can see the multi-beam image of the pier, some specific points like the blocks on the surface that cover the surface blocks that cover the pier. From the surveys and direct observation, we estimated here a relative sea level change of 12.3 meters in 2,100 years. And probably the subsidence caused by the volcanic activity of the Ionian Islands caused the submersion of the harbor. The nearby island of Basiluzzo, which is not far from Lipari, shows a small pier, which is located at Punta Levante, which is a narrow bay of the islet. In this bay, there is this basin. It has been sometimes interpreted as a fish tank. In our opinion, and other archaeologists probably is a pier, a small pier, or a landing place. And it is presently submerged about 4 meters, 4.2 meters. So there is about 8 meters of difference between this site and the pier of Lipari, which is about 30 kilometers far. I go to the Roman fish tank complex of the harbor of Torre Stura, which is still poor known, I should say. So this is a very probably the largest fish tank complex of the Mediterranean, because it's very big one. It's a big one with many basins and many pools, and there is also in the nearby an harbor, a large harbor, which is both the fish tanks and the harbor are presently submerged, so you can see only easily the fish tanks and not so easily the harbor. And here we carried out a single beam bathymetry from here, you can see in one is the northern pier, the remaining of the northern pier. Point 2 is the southern pier. 3 is the basin of the harbor, and there is there is still on site the basement of the lighthouse, and the remaining of the wooden tables of the caisson to build up the piers. And still in the basin are placed 2 and maybe 3 shipwrecks. So this is a really very interesting laboratory, Torastura, because here you have harbor and the fish tanks from which you can try to understand the relative constructional feature regarding the past sea level positions. So these are some images of the harbor of Torastura. So in the left, you may see the part of the basement of the lighthouse. At the bottom of this part of the harbor, you may see the wooden boards to build the caisson, here indicated with this yellow arrow, and the pier, which presently emerged just from 20 centimeters above sea level. So most part of the piers is under the water. We dated the wooden tables, and here is some in the wooden tables of the harbor, and also the wooden table, a wooden pole, sorry, from the nearby fish tank. So we obtained the ages between 865 plus minus days before present, and 2000 years for the harbor, and which is similar to for the pole, the wooden pole we found in Pirgi, so near Santa Severa, which is another fish tank, which provided 1885 years for present. So there is a similar age help us to date the harbor and then to understand well and constrain to estimate the sea level change, the intervening sea level change from the datation, and also try to understand the tectonic contribution to the sea level change. So here I show you the Roman 8 fish tank of and the quarry in the harbor of Ventotene. Probably, I think some of you know this site. Here there is on the left the basin of the Roman harbor. With here you may see the warehouses still used today, and the basin of the fish tank here in the center image. On the right, you may see the quarry. Part of the quarry has been excavated below the sea level. So now you can see the cuttings below the sea level. And on the bottom left, you may see one of the submerged bollards in the harbor. And on the right, one of the, so the only one, Louis Gate, still equipped with a lead Louis Gate into the fish tank. The fish tank shows 5 channels with posts and thresholds. One Louis Gate is still on site, and there is the crepido is running all around the basin of the fish tank, as well as around part of the basin of the harbor. So on the left, you may see the map of the plant of the harbor. On the right of the fish tank. It is very interesting that, for example, from the cross section of the harbor, you can see the in situ bollard is about 60 centimeters below the sea level, while the crepido is about 1 meter below the current sea level. So all this information, we can try to cross-check the information. It can lead us to try to understand some more about the functional elevations of these structures, and then to calibrate our observation of sea level changes. One of the crucial points while we are doing this work is to calibrate the surveys and the functional elevation was from tides. So in this plot, you may see the hourly hours here of the tide level from a set of tide gauges distributed along the Italian coast. And you may see that the mean tidal range is about plus minus 30 centimeters. And this is good agreement with the size of the sluice gate that we normally find into the fish tanks. So this means that the Romans, when built the fish tanks and the channels also in the harbor, considered the local tidal range to ensure the water exchange into the basins, into the fish tank to change the water into the pools, and in the harbor to ensure especially in Ventotene, to exchange the water into the basin to keep the basin clean from sand. So, here is a proposed calibration between different functional elevation that we can estimate from different archaeological sea level indicators. For example, starting from left to right, the quarries, we try to estimate that the minimal elevation above the sea level is about half a meter, around between 30 and 70 centimeters, while the bollard of the harbors may have different elevation, mostly dependent of the harbor. It's a small one or a big one. For example, in Leptis Magna, which is a big one, the bollards are about 2 meters above level. But in other, like in Torrastura, for example, or other harbors, the bollards are about 1 meter, 1.5 meters above the sea level, while the pier surfaces can be estimated at least 1 meter above the sea level. Then the crepido that run in the side of the harbor and in the fish tanks should be above the highest sea level to be able to walk around basins without getting wet. And while the top of the sluice gate must be, as I have already told before, in the tidal range. And sorry, the top must be always above the highest sea level. So concerning slipways, also looking at the very interesting book of David Blackman on the slipways of the Mediterranean, written with Calliope. I suspect that most of the bottom of the slipways should be about 1.5 meter below the sea level. So the deepest part of the slipways, but between 1 meter and maximum 2 meters, also compared with the current slipways, and the threshold of the channels, while the threshold channel on the fish tanks should be about not more than 1.5 meter. So this should be a proposed calibration to understand the relationship between the functional elevation of different archaeological areas. So I've tried to revise some data, bibliographic data and collected data. And in the left, you may see the estimate by Fleming and Webb in the 80s by a set of Mediterranean archaeological sites. And you may see that the relative level change estimates are very different, are very scattered. If I try to correct for the functional elevation, the plot on the right give a different result. In addition, you may see two sides that are out of the average, that Falasarna in Crete, obviously, which is about 8 meters above the sea level due after the big earthquake of 365 after that, after the Christ, and Lake Castella in Calabria is about 8 meters below the sea level from the remains of. So it's interesting that going forward in the past, the values of submergence became larger. So going to result for Lipari in these two maybe complex plots, you may see that in the blue is the current sea level, and in the left plot in blue is the current sea level, and in black is the sea level predicted curve by Lambeck, and the straight line that connects Lipari Chiesetta to the Lipari Sotto Monastero means that the continuous land subsidence obtained from different indicators, historical and archaeological indicator. And what we get from the Lipari harbor is that is a tectonic rate, that is about 5 millimeters per year. So that means that the tectonics, the volcanic activity, caused the continuous submergence of the island in the last 2,000 years, with a rate which is quite similar today than in the past. While in the right,
Dr. Anthony, you have surpassed the time.
Oh, sorry. Okay,
could you close as quickly as you could?
I go direct to the conclusion. In comparing the result in this table, excuse me, that for what we know that in technically stable zone like Ventotene and Torre Astura, the cross-check comparison between harbor, fish tanks, and quarries were present. The results are very similar, in good agreement. While in areas like Lipari, where tectonics is high rate as a high rate, in red are reported the different tectonic rates that cause different relative sea level changes. So going to the conclusion, I thank you for your attention with these images of the harbor. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your very interesting results. And I will now pass to the presentation of Professor Christophe Morange of the Aix-Marseille University and of the European Research and Teaching Center for Environmental Geoscience, as well as of Mr. Jafar Anbar, PhD student at Aix-Marseille University, Centre Camille Julien. We are waiting for your presentation on geoarchaeology of Levantine harbors from Syria to Gaza, scientific problems and new avenues of research.
Thank you very much. Do you see our screen?
Yes, perfect.
Yeah. So we have the pleasure to present some quite recent data from Syria in connection with the PhD in archaeology of Jafar Anbar from the Honor France Foundation and the Aix-Marseille University and Centre Camille Julien. And we will focus there is a problem. We will focus from the geographical context. We will focus mainly on 3 sites, a few in Syria, northern Levant, and in southern Levant, in Haifa Bay, so between Akko and Haifa, dealing with Tel Akko that we were involved, an excavation that we were involved with Michal Artzi, down to Gaza, where we would finish to present our lecture. So the main question, and I will be very quick before leaving the room to Jafar, as dealing with relative sea level changes, and I will not develop because we have already listened a lot of interesting lecture this morning and this afternoon, but we will probably focus more on shoreline deformations, because shoreline deformation are of course due to relative sea level changes, but also to the interland interaction in the fluvial system in connection at the base level with the sedimentary budget. And we will see how it's important to explain coastal deformation in the long term, and also for coastal conservation in the present day global change and climate context. We will also finish in this presentation about the question of natural hazards and neocatastrophism, presenting just 2 slides dealing with the tsunami system and archaeological conservation. Thank you, Jafar.
Late Bronze Age.
Excuse me, we can't hear you, Jafar. Could you begin from the beginning?
Yes, starting now. You can hear me now?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, okay, thank you. So starting with the Syrian coastline, we know that the development of ports and harbors on the Syrian coastline goes back to the Middle and Late Bronze Age, starting with the kingdom of Ras Shamra, and on the south, the Phoenician harbors of Arwad, Amrid, and Tabat al-Hammam were actually my research concerns here, the maritime archaeology and geoarchaeology research. In general, the Syrian coastline is characterized by heavy sedimentation supplied by 3 main processes: the drifted sediments with the currents from the south to the north, the fluvial inputs, and the sediments supplied by the coastal erosion. On the other hand, on the exposed coasts, we can observe the receding beaches with formation of beach rock. Concerning the sea level change, the sea level change studies concentrated only in the north part of the Syrian coastline, and radiocarbon dating of bioconstructions and beach shells showed 2 vertical uplifted records. In the one of them is in the 1400 century BC, and the other one is in 1000 AD. And in addition to 3 aggradation phases along the coast. The study area is located in the southern part of the Syrian coastline, where we don't have detailed sea level change studies. We have the Phoenician harbor of Arwad with multifunction installations and submerged structures. We have the harbor of Amrid, which is infield natural lagoon, and the breakwater of Tabat al-Hammam from the 8th century BC. These archaeological sites are so steeped in history since the late Bronze Age, and the 3 sites are presenting silted basins controlled by sea level change, fluvial sedimentation, and anthropogenic pressure. Therefore, in addition to the archaeological issues that I'm not going to go through today, we have the geoarchaeological issues that we are going to be concentrated on, and it's going to be through applying nearshore and offshore innovative technologies, starting with aerial remote sensing, coastal documentation, and marine geophysical surveys, and coastal geoarchaeological prospections by coring. Already two systematic archaeological documentation surveys took place in 2021 and 2022 in Amrit and Anarwad, supported by Honor Frost Foundation. And at the moment, the research concerning the sea level change is according to the archaeological remains as indicators, where we found that we have archaeological remains 4 meters below the present sea level of the day. On the other hand, in Amrit, we observed a huge rate of coastal erosion, which goes until 75 meters from 1968 until nowadays. And the harbor of Amrit is infilled with fluvial inputs, and the relationship between the harbor basin and the open sea is still unclear. And the zoning maps is still in progress at the moment. The marine geophysical surveys will allow us to uncover new maritime targets and probably confirm the presence of submerged archaeological remains. In this context, the Aix-Marseille University team are partners in the NIANIAS project for developing services concerning the atmosphere, underwater, and space challenges. And for the underwater environment, the services are including bathymetry mapping, seafloor mosaicing, and seabed classification. Finally, on Arwad, we are hoping to undertake a geoarchaeological prospection by coring, where we know that the archaeological remains of the harbor and the quays are already now buried under the modern houses. Also in Amrit, where we know that the limits of the harbor basin and the relationship with the open sea is still unclear, and we hope that this will allow us to reconstruct the landscape of Arwad Reef and have a better view of sea level change in the region. Thank you very much. Sorry, we have a cat.
So let's move south, dealing with the ACO Bronze Age tell, where for the last few years we have been involved with Michal Artzi and in close connection with Nick Mariner, David Kaniewski, and Mathieu Giem. And Tel ACO is located on the northern part of the Haifa Bay. As you can see, it's just facing the Haiut fault, which is active fault, and on the southern part of the Haifa Bay, you have the Carmel fault. And the PhD of Dogs Vieli was able to demonstrate that most of the Haifa Bay was in the sea during the Bronze Age. And all the tell that you can see from Tel Nahal up to Tel ACO on the north were not on the interface, not on the shore, but quite close to the former shoreline. So the sedimentary input was the main driving factor of the last 4,000 years in this part of the coast of the South African. Next. Tel ACO, we have been involved in 3 coring mission. I will present you very briefly some elements of the southern facade of the tell, which have been destroyed probably during the British mandate in order to build the railway from Alexandria to Alexandria Iskenderun. So this explains the banana shape of Telako, and it's presently about 1 kilometer landlocked inland from the present-day shoreline, and 3 kilometers from the medieval so-called old city of Saint-Jean d'Arc, presently Akko. So I will present you some data from the southern shoreline, Akko 15.1 and Akko 15.2, and some data from the western facade. But I will not go on the details on the log of the core, because they have been published by my team. I will just present you the conclusion, the paleogeographic conclusion. Next. So if you see at this cinematic cartographical landscape evolution from top to base, so at the top, we have a maximum, we were able to find the maximum of the marine ingression south of Telako with the presence of a paleo island, which can explain also the localization of the anchorage. Around 2,800 years BP, the growth of the sandspit silting and accumulating in the Haifa Bay step by step is at the origin of the protection of an open estuarine anchorage from the Middle Bronze Age up to the Persian period. So for more than 1 millennium, but step by step, the ancient Naman River brought a lot of sediments that filled this estuary. This estuary was filled during the late Persian, and it explained why you have what we call a sea race, so the moving of the anchorage from the southern facade to the western facade to an open coast. Next. And this sea race is well illustrated by these 2 arrows showing the transfer of the anchorage from the estuary, from the western open bay beach, and finally, during the Hellenistic period, to the pocket beach of the old city on a rocky promontory, so at the margin of the Nahaman Delta. Next. You can see now an aerial view of Akko promontory Saint-Jean d'Acre, where the team of Udi Galili and a lot of colleagues from Haifa University are working and deciphering the different eastern and western basin, which have been artificially protected by ramparts and breakwater. So transforming this rocky environment into a sedimentary trap at the distal margin of the Naaman and Haifa Bay. Next. So in order to conclude, I want to, with Jafar, to point on 2 points. The first point was during decades, 20 years, 20, 25 years, a lot of publications were insisting on impact of tsunami, mainly in Caesarea Maritima. And this was a trend. And we can see in the next slide that, for example, if you are using Google Books Ngram Viewer, and if you are analyzing from a statistical point of view, the lexicon used by research, you can do it for general research, for different language, for scientific production, you will see that there is a mode concerning the tsunami. And before 2000, and mainly 2005, the Boxer Day tsunami in Sumatra, tsunami were totally ignored by the scientific community and by the general public. And between 2005 and let's say 2020, a tsunami wave invaded the geoarchaeological publication. So we must have in mind this question of trends in science. This is the first point of conclusion. The second point of conclusion is connected with Gaza Strip, we have been involved with École Biblique from Jerusalem 15 years ago with Jean-Baptiste Imbert. And here you can see a nice landscape from the estuary of the Gaza River, which is characterized by the presence of numerous harbors since the Bronze Age. But unfortunately, due to the military context, it was impossible to work, but we have been able to make the easy conclusion that the main problem concerning coastal antiquities and coastal patrimoine and archaeological heritage is the huge coastal erosion of all the Levant coast, mainly the southern Levant, especially in Gaza, where there is not a lot of protection concerning the antiquities, and the dismantling of the coastal quaternary ridge, the disappearing of the ancient pocket beach due to the Aswan Dam, and the collapse of the sedimentary budget due to the Nile sedimentary cell. So it's a great concern, not only for the Levant, but for most of the Mediterranean coast. Thank you.
Thank you very much, both of you, for this interesting intervention that shift our attention to the shoreline and the threats concerning it. And now I am asking to Dr. Björn Loven, archaeologist, senior researcher of the Danish Institute of Athens and director of the Sea Harbor Project, to present us the evidence of the relative sea level change in the Piraeus. We can see your presentation, but not in full screen.
I don't know why it's not going in full screen. Give me 1 second.
Have you pressed on? Yes.
Yeah, here we are. So, dear organizers, thank you very much for the opportunity to lecture here at this international conference. And dear colleagues, it's great to see you here in cyberspace. I look forward to see you in the real world soon. The Sea Harbor Project is a collaboration between the effort of the islands, Attica and the islands, and the effort of underwater antiquity. And I wish to thank both institutions for the great collaboration that we have had over almost 2 decades now. I also wish to thank the Carlsberg Foundation for financing our fieldwork and also our publications. This paper will discuss the most important evidence of relative sea level change found in the Piraeus by the Sea Harbor Project, and how it has affected the harborfront topography. I'll only present the most important benchmarks here. All the direct and supporting evidence is published in Ancient Harbors of the Piraeus, Volume 1, 2, and 3. Good. First, let's have a look at the observations of late 19th, 20th, and early 21st century researchers. In 1872, German Bernhard Grasser estimated by eye the delineation of a circular rim of Sea Harbor at a depth of 6 meters. That's around 1.80 meters, from which point the harbor basin of Sea deepened abruptly. Grasser reported that he saw shipsheds extending to this depth, but tentatively argued that the water level was 8 to 9 feet. That's around 2.40 meters to 2.70 meters lower in antiquity. In 1875, Redner reports seeing quarry cuttings that were at a depth of 2 to 3 meters at the entrance to Sea Harbor. Later in 1918, a report by the Greek Polytechnic Society mentions ancient quarries around the Acte Peninsula that now lies at a depth between 1 and 3 meters. Since it is improbable that stone was quarried in the sea, this information may indicate a relative sea level change of up to 3 meters in the Piraeus. I think this is quite shocking even for me. We've only found it down to around 2 meters and 25, as you can see. But in 1937, Dörpfeld, who is a super precise scholar, states without any argument that the sea level rise in the Piraeus is around 3 meters. In 1965, Pritchett compiled evidence of submerged man-made features in the Piraeus and estimated a sea level rise of at least 5 feet, that is around 1.5 meters, since antiquity. Based on both archaeological and geological data, Poulos, Dionis, and Maroukian estimated in 2009 that the relative sea level rise in the Attica region since 500 BC has been around -2 meters and 30. In 2013, dismissing the above benchmarks and ignoring data published in our volume 1, Rankov estimated that the relative sea level change since the 4th century BC is around 1 meter and 16. It should be clear at the end of this paper that this estimate is off by roughly 1 meter, meaning that Rankov's reconstruction of the phase 3 shipsheds ends 12 to 15 meters short of the classical shoreline, a highly unlikely position of any shipshed. We begin at Sea Harbor, there right in the middle, the mushroom-shaped harbor. And if you look in the southwest part of the channel, you can see Q22, that means Quarry 22. Quarry 22 is a large quarry of around 1,560 square meters. It was followed for 73.2 meters along the shoreline, and it is 21.30 meters wide. It is preserved to a total height of 5 meters and 64. The deepest quarry cutting is located at a depth of -2 meters and 5, and are evidently related to the extraction of building material. Quarrying remains one of the most important benchmarks for relative sea level change. It is simply inconceivable that builders would exert great energy and time quarrying blocks in the sea or in a surf zone when plenty of bedrock was available to quarry on a land nearby. To suggest otherwise is to ignore the mastery and sophistication achieved by Greek builders during the classical period. We now turn to Muniche Harbor. It's located on the left-hand side, right-hand side, sorry. Here we see an artistic reconstruction by Yannis Nakas of the harbor fortifications, and please take note of the big square tower, which is on the elbow of the southern mole. That is Tower MT3. It is located, as you see here, in the southern fortified mole. And here we have a plan of the southern fortified mole. We have followed it for 146 meters. It's 10 meters wide. And if anybody wants to hear about the height reconstructions, please ask about it in the questions. The tower in question, Tower MT3, is in the second building phase, because there are two, as it should be quite clear from this plan, is roughly 11 by 11 meters, and that is a huge tower. If you look at section AA on the right-hand side of the tower, we see a section here, and what is interesting for this conference is that we have a wave-cut notch and its top is located at -2.59 meters. Things are very concreted in this area here, and we were not able to delineate block 34 and the foundations, as you can see. On the other side, section AA, which is the part that is facing the sea towards the south, we have a wave notch at where the top is located at minus 2.07 meters, quite close to the depth of the core recording that we found in Sea Harbor. Further, we have rock cut foundations for the blocks that are ranging between 2 meters and 20 and 2 meters and 25. And this minus 225, it represents the higher range of our minimum relative sea level rise. But since you could actually cut foundations in shallow water, this is a relative benchmark, in my opinion. So according to Threnhale's research, Tower MT3 with its limestone foundation categorized as calcareous rock is situated in a low tide sea environment with moderately strong waves, which create wave notches shaped like the two that has been identified in and below Tower MT3. In such an environment, the top of the notch represents mid-tide. A depth measurement taken to a rounded wave notch clearly cannot be as precise as a clear-cut quarry feature or rock-cut foundation, but this direct evidence supports the minimum relative sea level change of minus 2 meters and 5 centimeters based on the deepest features in quarry 22. Finally, the arrangement and position of shipsheds on the harborfront is also important for understanding the relative sea level change and harborfront topography. I'll illustrate this by showing you the position of the Themistoclean shipsheds in the northern side of Munichia Harbor. Here we have Munichia Harbor, and you can see Group 1 located in the northern part, or you could say northeastern part. Here we have the remains of 7 shipsheds that we have excavated, and I want you to have a close look at this building here, which is Aktikumunduru 4, because it is very important for understanding the position of these shipsheds on the shoreline. So the gray house that you see in the middle, that's Kumunduru, that is Aktikumunduru 4. So we go back in time, and the first quite precise drawing that we have of Microlimano, ancient Munichia, is by British artist and antiquarian Wilhelm Gell. He did this in 1810, and it is reproduced with the permission of the British Museum. As you can see, there are no houses here. We can see the remains of the Limen Klistos, the 2 fortified moles, and also on Komanduro Hill we can see remains of the fortifications there. Note in the left-hand side the steep foothill of Castella that is going directly into the sea. This is also evident on another pen drawing by Wilhelm Gell you see here, and again we see the antiquities of the Komanduro Hill and the Limen Klistos. Then we go to the famous Midas brothers, who were among the first to do photography in the Piraeus. And again, you see the steep hill going down to the sea, and you also see a wall structure connecting to the very well preserved northern mole. And also this photograph, I'll go quickly in front of it. It's taken in 1885 to 1890. And if you look behind the head of this man, you can see blocks on the shoreline, which is in all probability parts of the back wall of the shipsheds. So we go forward in time, and we see a postcard from the 1920s. And here's the first time that you can actually see Aktikumunduru 4. It's the building close to where the shipsheds and the mole interconnect. You can already see that they have covered some of the back wall. If you zoom into the photo, you could actually see parts of the back wall in front of this house. And we go further in 16 years. We're in 1936. It's by a photo by Paul Wolf and Trischler, very famous German photographer. The reason why I used this photograph is that he actually took a number of photographs from different angles that allowed us to do some photogrammetry, very rough photogrammetry, but it was still fascinating to do photogrammetry on photos taken in 1936. And they gave us sort of a rough estimate of the width of the dirt road in front of the house that has now covered even more of the shipsheds. And this is how it looks today. And as you can see, a lot of the shipshed has been overbuilt, but we have still been able to trace the shipshed for 33 meters into the sea, as you can see here. The longest distance preserved into the sea is shipshed 1, also called shipshed Alpha, because it's the first shipshed in the Piraeus that has been defined in the archaeology. So you can see the blue line is an estimation of the 1936 shoreline. And as you have also seen, I should go back, that it's evident here that Archicomanduro is built into the steep hill of Castella. Its front is actually running parallel with the foot of the Castella hill. Note how this is, or from here to here, this part of the bedrock is removed until here. I mean, basically removing the interconnection between Castella Hill and the northern fortified mole. So this demonstrates without doubt that we have shipsheds extending around 50 meters into the sea to a depth of minus 1 meter and 93. What is also interesting, you can see this red little field here. It is this deposit here in the middle section. This is a section through the ramp area of shipshed 1, and here we found a destruction layer of a roof collapse that had collapsed. And this roof must obviously, I mean, this collapse must obviously have been close to the superstructure of the shipshed. So it's reasonable to say that that the superstructure extended into or close to this area. I also wanted to show you again. We return to the southern fortified mole. We have this lonely column base that is standing out here that has the same dimensions as the column base that we found in the phase 1 shipsheds and the Themistoclean shipsheds. It's about 140 by 140, so we're really substantial column base. Its top surface is located at minus 76 meters, and extrapolated from the last building vein in the fortified mole. It is located at a distance of, let me read, I think it says 36.96 meters. So there were shipsheds in this area. This is also evident from earlier topographical work in the 18th century. And I mean, in order to fit in a trireme here, you really have to imagine that the ancient shoreline must have been located, as most of us agree that the trirema was around 40 meters long. The ancient shoreline must have been located around 40 meters from this point here. So we have found direct evidence of a minimum relative rise of minus 0.5 meters to minus 2.25 meters. The high end of this range can be as foundations can be constructed in shallow water. That's not a doubt. The wave notch below tower MT3 at minus 59 meter undermines the foundation of tower MT3, and I don't think that I would build a tall tower that is 11 by 11 meters on foundations that has already been undermined. So there's a good chance that this wave notch happened before the tower was constructed, after the tower was constructed. The notch that we have at minus 2 meters and 7, that is also eroding or blocks. This wave notch was clearly occurred after the tower was constructed, supporting the minus 2.05 meter sea level rise benchmark. But we should not forget the researchers of the the late 19th and early 20th century that are talking about that they saw quarries in 1 to 3 meters of water. And it serves as a reminder that the sea level rise may have been higher than the range that I've just presented. And maybe there are more surprises left in the prior years. Thank you very much for your attention, and I will just show you our latest publication, if anybody should be interested. So that was all from SIFNOS.
Thank you very much for this meticulous presentation of data regarding the sea level change in the Piraeus. And we pass now, and I give the floor to the last presenter of this section, Dr. Konstantinos Roussos, postdoctoral research fellow at the Institute for Mediterranean Studies, who will speak about ports and harbors of Crete between the 4th and the 8th century Anno Domini. Dr. Roussos, please. It's not full page presentation.
Yes.
You have done that before.
Can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Does it work?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to join this very fruitful thing about ports and harbors. The archaeology of ports and harbors is a complex but intriguing research field that has attracted scholarly attention in recent decades. This waterfront context played multiple roles in the social, economic, political, and military life of ancient societies during many different historical periods. In this respect, the analysis of ports and harbors can help us to reconstruct ancient maritime cultural landscapes and to better understand various aspects of the human past. This paper focuses on Crete and intends to investigate the dynamic human-environmental interaction that shaped the coastal landscape of the island in late antiquity. It tests questions concerning how ports and harbors interacted with one another, with environmental conditions and topographical features in all their complexity, with the interior of the island, with other places across water, and with maritime navigation. The complexity of the topic requires a combination of historical and archaeological approaches with social analytical tools offered by digital humanities. The study is part of a broader research project that received funding from the State Scholarship Foundation of Greece. In the 8th century, Crete benefited from its localized environmental advantages, the island's strategic location, and favorable historical circumstances, achieved considerable prosperity and participating in the Mediterranean maritime trade system. The diverse coastal landscape of Crete and its numerous offshore islands possessed a complex system of port and harbor sites. In several sites, ancient harbor infrastructures are preserved, mainly submerged beneath the current sea level. In most cases, however, ancient harbor structures have been totally destroyed or never existed. Nonetheless, these sites can be understood by analyzing a wide set of data, such as terrestrial archaeological evidence on the coast, underwater mobile findings, results of geophysical surveys, references in written sources or maps, and topographical and environmental parameters such as the prevailing wind patterns, sea surface currents, sea level changes, activity, and erosion. Based on previous studies on the variables that played significant role in the selection of harbor sites and taking into account the available studies that provide significant information about the palaeogeography and sea level fluctuation in Crete, Cretan ports and harbors can be said to share one or more of these features on the screen. Regarding the impact of maritime environment, especially wind and waves, in terms of afforder protection, Cretan harbors vary significantly due to their orientation and the local realities. The coastline of Crete does not possess natural harbor entirely secure from all winds and all seasons, with the exception of the Gulf of Suda and the Lagoon of Elunda. Thus, the majority of Cretan harbors could offer partial protection from winds, and sometimes sheltering might have been unaffordable and dangerous. Cretan harbors can be generally classified into three main types, while they were able to carry out several functions and fulfill various purposes. The picture derived from the analysis sites is rather diverse, consisting of primary ports, secondary harbors, and leisure sites such as anchorages with permanent or temporary use. Waterfront contexts are not regarded as isolated dots on the map, but instead as integral parts of multiple networks with various types of interactions. First, the analysis of the archaeological evidence shows that strong links develop between neighboring ports and harbors. A closer look at specific coastal regions of Crete suggests that regional harbor networks developed and operated in late antiquity. They consisted of interlocking harbors of different types, interacting with their surrounding environment and with one another. In most cases, a primary port played the dominant role in these networks, while at the same time a number of secondary harbors and/or anchorages functioned as auxiliary infrastructures that supported its operation. A wide range of parameters affecting the development of these networks, such as prevailing wind patterns, surface currents, the sea surface currents, the configuration of the coastline, the orientation and capacity of bays or coves, the types of beaches, the depth of the water, the existence of caves, offshore islands, reefs and silos, the availability of water sources, mutual visibility, etc. It is no exaggeration to say that these maritime communities exploited almost all the advantages offered by the natural environment surrounding them, while at the same time finding solutions to overcome obstacles and disadvantages. In this respect, the regional harbors network along the Cretan coastline reflect the dynamic process of human environmental interaction in the coastal environment of the island of Crete antiquity. The most illustrative example of these harbor networks can be found at the area of the primary port of Heraklion. Part of the Cretan coastline around Heraklion does not possess natural bays which can provide safe shelter for ships. Furthermore, concerning weather conditions, modern wind data from functioning station at Iraklio suggests that the area is extremely exposed to the prevailing northerly and northwesterly winds, which blow very frequently throughout the summer season. In other words, when bad weather conditions arose, there might have been inadequate in the primary port of Iraklio, and vessels should have been moved to the safest anchorage or might not have been able to approach it. In order to overcome this obstacle, it seems that the maritime community of Iraklio benefited from the existence of the offshore island, which is located some 7 nautical miles to the north. It is not surprising that Dia is recorded by Stadiasmus in relation to the ancient port of Iraklio. In order to support the operation of the primary port of the region, a network of 5 small harbor and archipelages was developed along the complex south and east-facing shores of Dia, where the natural topography created shelter conditions for the prevailing north and northwesterly winds. In the case that the opposite port of Iraklio was extremely busy, these coves might have functioned as places where ships could wait to get a mooring place for loading and unloading. Additionally, during strong north and northwestern winds, ships which had already been landed in Iraklio could move to Dia's coves in order to be safe. Seafarers could find food and fresh drinking water at Dia and could carry out minor maintenance and repair works. The close relation between the primary port of Iraklio and the harbors of Dia is further supported by the fact that they are visible. The function of the southern leeward side of Dia as auxiliary maritime infrastructure port in late antiquity is further supported by the remains of several shipwrecks. However, these shipwrecks indicate that the south coast of Dia could not provide the ultimate safety in all weather and in all seasons. The analysis of modern wind data shows that very frequently the south-facing coast of Dia is being affected by the south wind-generated waves. This created hazardous conditions for ancient vessels and partially explains the numerous shipwrecks that have been found in the vicinity. When south winds blew in the area, ships could find safe shelter in port of Iraklio or at the secondary harbor of Agia Pelagia, which is well prepared for the north and south winds. Furthermore, Cretan ports and harbors were linked to their hinterland through a dense network of land routes, which was developed in the whole island, ensuring intra-island connectivity. Through this road network, these maritime communities were connected with inland agropastoral sites and fertile productive zones. There is also a direct correlation between Cretan harbors and ceramic production sites. Between the 2nd and the 7th centuries AD, workshops were located either within coastal settlements associated with ports and harbors or on major land routes leading from the hinterland to these waterfront localities. An example that illustrates the interaction between agropastoral sites, farm zones, and harbors comes from the area of Vrokastro, which is located almost in the middle of the Gulf of Mirabello. Archaeological investigation have shown that a coastal settlement existed and flourished at Priniatikos during late antiquity and the early Byzantine period. The wider countryside of Vrokastro in the period between the late 4th and the late 7th centuries gives the impression of an intensively exploited landscape occupying dense network of various agropastoral sites. Archaeological data testifies to activity in the fields of commerce, olive production, beekeeping, fishing, and livestock. Least cost path analysis was obtained to estimate the areas that were accessible from the harbor of Priniatikos Pyrgos within a 1-hour walk. It is obvious that more than half of the late antique agropastoral sites discovered in the hill of Vrokastro were easily and quickly accessible within walk of such from Priniatikos Pyrgos and vice versa. As a result of the interactive regional relationship previously described, Cretan ports and harbors functioned as main gateways for social, economic, and cultural interaction between local communities of Crete and the rest of the Aegean and Mediterranean. They provided these communities potential and opportunities for being involved in maritime trade. The local agrarian produce was collected and shipped out from the ports and harbors of the island using as containers Cretan and produced either locally or in the interior of Crete. Furthermore, the presence of a relatively good number of imported wares suggests connection between Crete and famous Mediterranean producers, testifying to intensive trade and exchange activities. As such, people and merchandise came to Crete from a large range of places. In addition, these imports indicate that coastal and inland communities of Crete also function as smaller markets for the products manufactured in famous distant Mediterranean production centers. The material discussed above suggests an increasing maritime mobility around Crete during late antiquity. The Cretan waters were frequently part of the trip of many vessels from different regions of the Mediterranean. An interesting question is whether this complex harbor system is related to the sailing conditions around Crete. Wind data from weather stations analyzed for the needs of the research. The distribution of this station along the coastline gives us an overall picture of the sailing condition offshore of Crete. Interpolation map showing the wind around Crete for each month of the year has been created. In most days of the year, the winds are present in Crete. The annual average wind speed ranges from 7 to 13 knots with local variations. Furthermore, the results of the analysis of the extreme wind shows that in most areas, the annual average number of days with wind greater than 22 knots is relatively high. If we accept that winds and currents were similar in antiquity in the modern era, it is reasonable to assume that it was not always an easy task for a ship to sail along the Cretan coast when it coped with unfavorable winds. Due to the condition and wind patterns briefly described above, as well as the local topographical features, it is clear that not all harbor facilities or Cretan ports could create shelter conditions in all weather and all seasons. Furthermore, not every type of ship could have used every harbor on the coast of Crete. In antiquity, coastal sailing could offer sailors the advantage to quickly find safe shelter in the case of changing or deteriorating weather conditions. For instance, a rapid change in wind direction could force sailors to seek temporary safe shelter. It was then important for sailors to have multiple options and to be able quickly to locate the nearest. By maximizing available harbors along the nearest coast, it was possible to minimize risk in unpredictable stormy conditions. The well-known passage from the Acts of the Apostles vividly describes the adversities that would have been faced by ancient mariners when sailing along the coast of Crete. In this context, it is reasonable to assume that the dense network of ports and harbors in Crete, with diversity in the afforded quality, suitability, capacity, protection, and maritime accessibility, offered sailors the advantage of having multiple options that could cover the needs of every type of vessels in all weather and seasons. As such, among other reasons, this provides a convincing explanation of why at least 75 harbor sites were closely spaced along the coastline of Crete, and they remained in use during late antiquity, a period of increasing maritime mobility across the Mediterranean. Passing sailors judged the advantages and the relative risks of the different options at their disposal, taking into account various parameters such as the strength and depth of prevailing winds, the nature of weather conditions, and the capabilities of the vessels. The material from Crete discussed above illustrates the fact that ports and harbors became places that brought different levels of interaction together and linked particular places, activities, material, and people with varying perspectives. The dynamic human-environmental interaction shaped these coastal landscapes, gave them special meanings in late antiquity. This complex situation can be seen as a cultural product of political, social, and economic circumstances, and as a result of topographical, nautical, and environmental variables. The key and multiple roles played by the Cretan ports and harbors facilitated the involvement of the whole island in the regional maritime routes of the unified later economic system and contributed to a certain degree of prosperity for the local population. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Roussos, for the interesting presentation. And I think that we could now proceed with the discussion. Excuse me, yes. I have already some questions in the chat. There is one. The first question is for Christophe Morange and Jafar Anvar. They congratulate you for your very stimulating and convincing talk. And they are asking, are some of the rocky islands you have shown in Jafar's part remnants of Purkar ridges, Aeolian titles? So, Jafar.
Yes, actually, the four small islands to the south of the island of Arwad, they have traces of rock cut of quarries, and one of them actually it has traces of tombs, where actually the section of the remains. I didn't put my new sorry, I didn't put the new documentation of these small islands, but yes, there are traces of quarries for sandstones that they were used to build the fortification on the main island of Arwad.
Thank you. The question was by Helmut Bruckner. And now another question by Francis Martin Allurs, and for you also. What about the Lebanese coastline? It is one and the same Levantine stretch, and comparisons would have been interesting.
Yes, actually, until the moment, the research extended only to the north of Lebanon, and also two vertical uplift records were observed, similar to the ones in the north of Syria, but still in the study zone in between. The submergence of the archaeological remains is still a big question to solve.
If I can add an element from a different scale, for sure, from Gaza to northern Syrian coast, there is so many little islands, and a study, a paleogeographic study of these islands, integrating the distance to the coasts, the distance to the sedimentary input, so the delta would be very interesting. Because, for example, Tyr in southern Lebanon was an island 6,000 years ago and was connected naturally and artificially by a tombolo. So when you are very close to a sedimentary source or in connection with the historical context, the island can be transformed into a tombolo or almost island. And some are too far, like Arwad or Tripoli Islands in northern Lebanon. So there is certainly what some colleagues call nisonologos research to be done in the so exposed coast of the Levant, for sure.
Thank you. And now I'm seeing a raised hand. Professor Blackman, could you ask the question? Thank you.
I had a comment to Marco Ansidei that, and as my paper will show later, I think that the fish tanks are going to be our best sea level indicators. But I'll come back to that. I had a question though. He refers to a slipway on Ventotene, which I've been, and when I asked if I could go, I found that the Soprandidenza sent a couple of students to watch over me. That was interesting. They in fact proved charming and helpful, but I met them on the boat, so I realized that I was an archaeological spy being monitored. But it was a very interesting visit. I think it's a very important site. It also shows us that stairways, rock-cut stairways, are a very good sea level indicator. So I had questions to Björn, if I could just say, I'm looking forward to getting your latest books. Wait and wait and wait. But
I'll have the Danish Institute send it to you.
Yeah,
this week.
But I will leave your debate with Boris, who's I think online. This is, I think, a battle for you with pistols at 15 yards, I would think. But I won't get into that one. But at the end, we do have to look at, in enclosed harbours, we have to look at how the ships operated within a harbour. This is obviously one of the background factors. But I look forward to seeing your latest books. Patience is a virtue in all languages. So I have one or two comments for Roussos, but perhaps I'll leave it. I can come back. Is that better?
Κυρία Καλαμαρά, το μικρόφωνο.
Yes, it's better to leave the other questions for later on to Mr. Roussos. So, Mr. Ansidei, would you like to respond to?
Yes, yes, thank you. Thank you for your note, David. It's very interesting. I know there are stairways, and I know there is a slipway, a little slipway in Ventotene. I did not mention it. Probably it is I should not say a slipway, but somewhere the ship can stop, can put the prow into the rock and stay stable for some time to upload or download something from aboard. Yeah. Do you agree?
It could be, yes. I'll
yes,
need to look at I have notes on this. We can talk later. Thank you.
So anyway, thank you, David, for your note. Thank you.
And Dr. Björn, would you like to reply also?
I'll just say to Blackman, the reason I was not discussing the architecture of the shipsheds.
No.
I was just making a point that it's quite clear now that the ancient harborfront was located 40 to 50 meters into the sea, both in Sea and in Microlimano, and that is, I mean, that is what the physical evidence shows. We have shipsheds extending 50 meters into the sea, and Gaza also reported close to our shipsheds in the northern side of Municha that there are one wall on a slight inclination. I actually found a photo of it that is extending 45 meters into the sea. So I think the debate is closed on where the ancient shoreline was situated, as we have it physically at a distance of 50 meters from the shoreline.
Yeah, could I just come back briefly on I think your wave cut notches are interesting and important and indicative, and we don't get into the question of the amount of submergence in the slipways and that sort of thing. I think that's important. Could I just add that I hope you've referred to it, the frustration of having evidence from excavations by Greek colleagues which haven't always been published. We clearly have got in Munichia what seems to be remains of a much higher level of slipways, which must be a Roman phase of slipways in Piraeus. But we haven't got the evidence published as far as I'm aware, but that's a separate issue. I don't know whether you covered it. I'm waiting eagerly for your book on Munichia. Thank you.
No, I can tell you that I've looked at the shipshed remains that we are referring to, and the architectural elements I see there, they're 4th century BC building phase, probably dated to 338, 337, based on that they're very similar to the construction of the walls that were built at this time. Oh. But I mean, there could be a Roman. The Romans could have reused the shipsheds. Again, I'd like to underline that we have very little Roman material in the harbor basin.
And that we've discussed already now. Thank you.
Thank you. And dear Hellenic, could you go on?
Yes, thank you. I'll not refer to the shipshed because I think that Bjorn, you presented different views on the elevation between -1 to -3 meters. So I think that this point should be clarified in order to establish a sea level. But you presented two sea level markers, the Quarry 22 and the Block 34. Quarry traces provide evidence of the relative sea level change, but not of the amount of the change. So what we keep from your observation is that the sea level should be at least 2.5 meters lower than at present. Okay. The second evidence proof is the nodes, the wave, you called it wave nodes at 2.6, 2.70 meters incised on the Block 34. I think that we have to check if there is a lateral continuity in this nodes, so as to consider it as a tidal nodes and to assign to be able to establish a sea level, a former sea level, from my systematic survey in the Saronic Gulf, in Aegina Island, Kehre Harbour, Katia Skala, Anavissos, all around the Attica coast and the Corinthian coast and the islands, Aegina, mainly Aegina, and Salamis also, we can safely conclude sea level at 3.6 meters, plus minus 20 centimeters, below the sea level, between the archaic period, 700 BC, until the late Roman period, 4th or 6th century AD. I think also that Calliope Baika for the Sunio Cape has suggested the sea level at -3 meters. So, did you correlate all this data from our studies to establish a sea level for the Piraeus?
I mean, it's these structures are lying on there are rifts between the different sites, so it's hard to say how if the Piraeus moved up and down in the same way as along the Saronic Gulf and in Sunion. What I presented is the hard evidence that we have, and I wanted to emphasize that we cannot ignore the reports of quarries down to 3 meters, because these people, they were not stupid. I mean, they could determine that the water would have been quite clear, as we all know in the Mediterranean, and they can determine the difference between 2 and 3 meters, or 1 and 3 meters, as are reported. And I also doubt that anybody would build a tower like MT3, which is 11.7 meters in the front width, that they would build it if half a meter of its foundations had already been undermined by a wave notch. But the wave notch at 2 meters and 70, it's going around the tower, and we can actually see it eating away at the blocks as well. So it's quite clearly a wave notch. But I mean, it would be great if we could have a wave notch specialist have a look at it. But I'm saying that I'm not against the sea level rise of up to 3 meters. And actually, the phase 3 shipsheds, when you extrapolate them at 2 meters and 90, the columns lined up, because you have to remember the colonnades have differing interaxial spacings, and they line up in 4 places. And one of the places where they line up is at -2 meter 90 when you extrapolate the median of the inclination. So I can only say that we can definitely say that the sea level rise is at least 2 meters, around 2 meters, as we also have a roof that has collapsed directly on the ramp of the shipsheds at a depth of 2 meters and 7, at a distance of I can't remember roughly, but at a distance of more than 45 meters from the shoreline. So.
Okay, just for your information, the 2.4 meters sea level below the present corresponds to the 13th century AD. I mean that the change, according to my research results, the change from 3.6 to 2.4 meters, this is the sea level you referred to, corresponds to the period after the 13th century AD. So take it into consideration in your interpretation that this submersion occurred after the 13th century. And also, sorry?
I will definitely do that, and I'm actually writing another volume as we speak. So volume 4 will include this data for sure.
Yes, of course, yes. Can I have 1 minute, please, Dr. Kalamara? 1 minute, only 1 minute.
Yes.
Because Marco Anzitei, in his presentation, referred to the Roman fish tanks of the Tyrrhenian coast, and he touched this very sensitive topic of interpretation and constraints for the definition of sea level changes using the functional elevation height of fish tanks. I would like to announce that in next September, between 20 and 22, we'll organize a workshop devoted exclusively on this topic to discuss all together the functional elevation of fish tanks. And I shared in the chat the conference invitation for those who have not received it yet. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I proceed to 3 questions in the chat. The 2 of them are concerning, are from, excuse me, Michael Curtis, and are addressed to Dr. Roussos. First question, did Dia not have a greater land mass in antiquity? I recall that Cousteau excavated strategic deposits underwater in Agios Georgios Bay that went down for over 10 feet. And I'll tell you also, Dr. Roussos, the second question of Dr. Curtis, and the maritime landscape of late antiquity Crete is likely to have been different from that of the Roman period. There was a change in the trending routes that needs to be accounted for, and there are also climatic considerations to take account of from the 3rd century Anno Domini. It is unlikely that the harbor of Hierapetra was operational in the early Byzantine period, and the coastal landscape seems to indicate that this stretch of coast may have been rather stormy during this period. So, Dr. Roussos, please, for your reply.
Thank you, Mr. Curtis, for these questions and comments. First of all, about regarding Dia, in the cove of Agios Georgios, which is the largest one, there are some submerged structures that indicate the existence of small harbor. The terrestrial material suggests this probably secondary harbor was acted with a small community, coastal community, with a small maritime. But concerning the other 4 small coves, probably there were not permanent harbor infrastructures. It was just small coves to facilitate passing ships to find a safe shelter. So yes, recent studies from the effort of underwater antiquities shows that all these, most of this deposit, underwater deposit, was possibly shipwrecks or material that threw from ships into the sea. Ships, when waiting in these small coves, so this was not, for example, this was not terrestrial material. So concerning your second, regarding your second question, I have discussed elsewhere the case of Hierapetra. I'm co-author in a paper that will be published this year about Eastern Crete. So I discussed a little bit about Hierapetra. I didn't have time to go through this issue now because the time was limited. Of course, I took into account all these parameters that you mentioned, but I didn't have time to deal with all these details on this presentation.
Thank you, and I will read to you the question of Maria Leoncini that she has written. I would like to ask, because you connected the operation of the ports with the distribution of local production, but also the environmental conditions, do you think that the ports could have operated alternatively in the same specific area, depending on the weather and the season? Did they know where to go and find security? These are described later in Portolans, but it seems that knowledge existed much earlier.
Yes, that's true.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Leoncini, for these questions. Knowledge, archaeological material suggests that knowledge existed much earlier. I'm currently working on the spatial connection between Christian basilicas and the port, and how Christian basilicas were used artificial landmarks to help the seafarers to quickly locate some ports. Also, there are some other natural landmarks, such as offshore islets and promontories, etc. They knew where to go, and they used some artificial or natural landmarks to quickly locate all these small houses.
Now I am giving the floor to Professor Blackman once again for posing the questions to Dr. Roussos, and then we have another question by Professor Morans.
It was a very interesting paper. I liked your study on windroses and the effect of that. You referred to Cali Limenes. Well, St. Paul would not have been impressed after his experience about the value of that harbour. I wonder whether the title was apotropaic. But on that bit of coast, you have now the little port of Lasea, which a recent study has indicated was not an independent polis. There's no ethnic evidence for it. It seems to have been just an outport. So I don't know how late into your studies the phenomenon of Epinia goes, but clearly we have this frustratingly fragment of an inscription from Gortin, which refers in the plural to Epinaya, and people have argued that this must have been Matala and Labena, but it looks as though there's now an argument that it was Lasea and Labena. Why Gortin would have wanted two outports on the same short stretch of coast and pretty exposed is not clear, but it may be connected with sanctuaries. Now, how late that goes into your period isn't clear, but work by Chaniotis has shown that, in fact, evidence that we produced from a field survey in the Eye of Faringo, just northwest of Lasea, we've now got indications that there was a sanctuary there, an Asclepieion. And I don't know how late into your period this goes. It returned from being pre-Christian, traditional Hellenic sanctuaries into Christian sanctuaries. But I think this is an important part of your looking at the cultural background of ports on what were pretty rough and exposed coasts. Thank you for your paper.
Thank you for your question. Unfortunately, we don't have much well-excavated material and well-published material from Lasea. Initially, Ms. Kolaiti and Mr. Mujas have published a very interesting paper concerning the reconstruction of palaeogeography of this of Lasea. I have elsewhere the case of Lasea and Kalilimenes. 1 year ago, I published a paper about Cretan ports and harbors in the Journal of Greek Archaeology. So I discussed a lot about this connection of Lasea and Kalilimenes. There is a long discussion about this. I think that there is a regional harbor network was developed there. we don't have evidence about Christian churches in Lasea, but there are a lot of evidence that the port of Lasea and the Kalili Menes operated during late antiquity. And of course, I discussed in this. I can send you the paper. We don't have enough time to discuss a lot about this now. I can send you this paper where I discuss the case of Lasea and Kalili Menes.
Thank you. And now, Professor Morange, would you like to ask the question?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not a question, it's a small comment. I have a dream for Marco Anzidei. In order to test the high variability of archaeological indicator of relative sea level change, I think it would be nice in the future, if it's possible, to excavate a silted harbor complex in connection with fish ponds and to test the variability of relative sea level indicators with the biological zonation, paleobiological zonation, because this will solve and this will allow us to calibrate more precisely these indicators.
Thank you very much. Dr. Roussos, would you like to...
May I reply to Christophe?
Yes, of course.
Thank you. Thank you, Christophe, for the comment. It's should be very good to excavate a place, a site where we can find harbors, fish tanks, and quarries, probably, to have an overview of the relationship between the sea levels, the functional sea levels for more than one archaeological indicator. So part of what you say is what we did for the work on the fish tanks, that we excavated the channels, for example, the Crepido, to understand, to try to better understand the functional elevation of the fish tanks.
Thank you. I think that we have surpassed the time and we need to make a break because it's already 3 and 4. So we must stop and continue perhaps at the end. I would take another question, Dr. Loven. So the break, normally we must be back at 3:10.
Let's move on with it's time now with Hellenic Kolaiti. Eleni, you may. Okay, we'll start with the last session of the conference with Dr. Hellenic Kolaiti, who has a mining engineer degree and a PhD in geoarchaeology. She's an external collaborating researcher at the Institute of Historical Research of the National Hellenic Research Foundation and managing director of the Society for the Study of Ancient Coastlines, AKTES. Eleni, you may begin, please.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Leon. Can you hear and see me?
Everything is fine.
Okay, thank you. On behalf of AKTES, the Society for the Study of Ancient Coastlines, I would like to welcome this conference, which launches a genuine and hopefully long-lasting collaboration. Shaping the coastal landscape and environments, land-sea interaction has played a key role in the development of human activities. Trading and sailing sea routes that formed cultural, economic, and social interconnections between the insular and coastal communities were shaped to a large degree by the relative sea level changes in the course of time. As a result of the ongoing climate change, local and global sea level rise, marine flooding, shoreline retreat, or increasingly extreme marine events and other factors could strongly influence the coastal evolution and compromise the natural balance of coastal systems, also affecting economic and social activities. If the past is the key for the future, the determination of former sea levels is essential for predicting the rate of sea level rise in the near decades. Sorry. Okay, some 40 years ago, David Blackman stressed the importance of search for evidence of relative sea level changes in historical times. Not only because a number of new sites are added, but also, most importantly, the study of any harbor or other coastal structure contributes to establishing the evidence of the relative sea level change. Going back some 2,000 years, we'll focus on the harbors and ports of Roman and late Roman times, their evolution in time and space. Therefore, the dialogue between history and geography, the determination of the relative sea level changes that lead to the paleogeographic reconstruction of the coast, the interaction between human activities and coastal landscape, the common ground that binds together the human science and geoscience. The theme of this conference, the geoarchaeology of the coast from a historical perspective, or in other words, the geoarchaeological method of approaching and decoding the late Holocene relative sea level changes. But what is the research process to achieve this goal? Recording of geomorphological sea level indicators, that is marine tidal notches, marine terraces, and beach rocks, depth measurement by mechanical means, correction for tide and pressure at the time of the survey, recording of submerged or uplifted remains of ancient coastal structures, study of the historical context, archaeological interpretation and determination of the period of use, depth measurement of specific features of the ancient structure, estimation of the fractional height during the period that this was in use, consequently rendering ancient coastal structures to archaeodetic proxies of the relative sea level change. Absolute, direct, usually for uplifted geomorphs, or indirect dating through the archaeological age of coastal structures of known age, depth correlation between geomorphological and archaeological sea level indicators, determination and dating of former sea levels and of periods of relative sea level stability and change. The Aegean Sea was well endowed, having on its coast many naturally protected inlets and bays where ships could approach and find shelter. It is characteristic that a recent historical study of the maritime dynamics of the Byzantine Empire between the 4th and 12th century AD suggests 667 harbors and landing sites, but without providing data on the relative sea level changes or the paleogeography of those sites. In another map of the Aegean Sea, including Asia Minor and Cyprus, 94 ancient coastal sites are presented with clear evidence of the direction and amount of the relative sea level change. Uplifted sites are indicated by yellow arrows and submerged by red arrows. Of these, we'll make a tour of 9 submerged and 2 uplifted harbor walks in the South Aegean, for which there is strong evidence of the relative sea level change, thus enabling the paleogeographic reconstruction of the coast. Small-scale, short breakwaters were in most cases sufficient to supplement the natural protection. The main purpose of breakwaters and mols was the protection against the weather. Their alignment was dictated by the prevailing wind and generated current in such a way to prevent silting within the harbor basin. The most frequent type is the rubble mount breakwater that either rests on the seabed or uses the submerged rocky bedrock or existing reefs for foundation. In other cases, ancient coastal cities were located at peninsulas or opposite to offshore islets, which could be easily joined to the mainland by a causeway, thus providing the advantage of a double harbor, depending on weather. With the exception of some monumental harbors, most of pre-Roman and Roman harbors were small in size and shallow, not only because of the smaller average draft of ancient ships, but also of the microtidal environment of the Aegean, with an average tidal range not exceeding 30 centimeters. Ships were usually anchored close to a lee shore or dragged onto the beach instead of tied up at a quay. Though a few breakwaters may have lost their initial shape because of wave action, thus making it difficult to determine their original height above the sea surface at the time of use, most of these are still preserved intact, having grown naturally stronger over time. From the statistical analysis of several maritime harbor installations throughout the Aegean Sea, we deduce a mean conventional functional height of a jetty, breakwater, mole, or quay of 60 centimeters above the sea level at the period of use, with an uncertainty of plus minus 30 centimeters. A higher degree of accuracy at 20 centimeters above the sea level is achieved when there is evidence of an aslar top upon the rubble mount base, with the interface representing a reliable sea level index point, as it has been proved by borehole findings. Geomorphological sea level markers throughout Crete determine the Roman sea level stand at 1.5 meters, which, based on archaeological sea level markers and historical sources, is dated back to the period between 400 BC and 1600 AD. With this sea level stand, the Roman rubble mount breakwater of Kouremenos on the easternmost side of Crete could be functional. Each paved top was 20 centimeters above the Roman sea level. The modern port of Hierapetra in southeast Crete, and as in the 60s, prior to significant dredging of the harbor basin, with the submerged eastern and western Roman breakwaters. Palaeogeography of the seafront of Hierapetra, quite exposed to the southerly winds before the construction of the Roman harbor in the middle 1st century BC. Palaeogeography of the seafront of Hierapetra in the late 1st century BC, after the construction of the breakwaters that were shaping the inner, the outer, and the inner harbor basins and the naval battery. Moving on further west, still on the south coast of Crete, in the Bay of Kalilimenes, the ancient town of Lasea, opposite Traphos Island, here. Okay. Epigraphic evidence suggests that Lasea had become a dependent polis of Gortyn by the late 2nd century BC and flourished during Roman times, serving as one of the Gortyn's harbors. The coast of Lasea, as it now stands, the headland where the ruins of the ancient town were found, and Traphos Island. The geomorphological underwater survey revealed several submerged marine notches and beach rock generations, the submerged Roman breakwater, a submerged rockfill, and a rubble mount, a massive rubble mount breakwater, which, based on its functional height in relation to the sea level change history of Crete, can be safely assigned to the Minoan period. Palaeogeographic reconstruction of Lasea seafront in the Proto-Palatial period, when Trafos was a tide island connected to the mainland by a strip of land. An artificial outer breakwater at the end of Trafos Island appears to have formed a protected harbor basin, and a protective rockfill was placed at that time on the east coast, and a beach rock was formed on the west coast, a strong evidence of the then sea level. During Hellenistic Roman times, following the submersion of the Minoan harbor works, left image, the construction of the inner breakwater and the formation of a new beach rock generation. The former strip of land is now turned into a low promontory, jutting out into the sea within a short distance from the coast of Trafos, leaving a channel between it and the island that allowed mariners to pass from the western to the eastern basin or moor ships depending on the weather. The Roman breakwater of Castelli Kisamu on northwest Crete, today uplifted by 5.5 meters. In Roman times, it was protruding at least 30 centimeters above the sea, as evidenced by the bioerosion traces and borings in its blocks located at the sea level of the period of use or even below it. We are moving north to eastern Peloponnese, where geomorphological sea level markers determine the Roman sea level stand at 3.6 meters below present, which, based on archaeological sea level markers and radiocarbon ages, is dated back to between the Archaic and the late Roman Byzantine period. The well-known harbor of Kenchre, the east gate of Corinth to Saronic Gulf, the north and the breakwater and the south, the north breakwater and the south mall, both made in the 1st century AD. The harbor installations of Kenchre, with measured depths at selected points, the north coast, the North Rubble Mount Mall, the South Mall with the Nymphaeum and the warehouses on it, and last, the so-called Piscina. The Bay of Kenchre, as it now stands on the left, and the paleogeography of the coast in Roman, late Roman times on the right, with the established sea level of the Roman period. Paleogeography of Kenchre with the sea level as suggested by the archaeological interpretation. If these were valid, the piscine and the malls would not have been in use according to their initial design. Further south, the Roman harbor of Epidaurus, for the needs of the sanctuary of Asclepios, the most famous healing center of the Greek and Roman world in the hinterland of Epidaurus. The north breakwater and the south mall. The harbor works were in use during Roman and late Roman times, but it is not clear if pre-existed the Roman period. The North Rubble Mount breakwater and the South Mall, with several structures and a lighthouse on its edge. The paleogeography of the Bay of Epidaurus in late Roman times, with the established sea level of the Roman period at 3.6 meters. On the north coast of the Peloponnese, at Mavra Litharia, the harbor of ancient Aegira is one of the few known uplifted harbors in the Eastern Mediterranean. Archaeological excavations, recent archaeological excavations, have brought to light the eastern landward extension of a jetty at a distance of 40 meters from inland from the coastline. The harbor is dated back to between the 2nd and the first half of the 3rd century AD. The observed damage that has sustained the ancient jetty suggests that its destruction was co-seismic. Reconstruction of the displayed blocks of the jetty in their original position and radiocarbon dating of biomarkers attached to the structure define precisely the sea level during the use of the harbor, demonstrate its current uplift position, and provide precise dating of the uplift episodes. Cross-section of the harbor and the jetty on land at 5.3 meters above mean sea level, and schematic reconstruction of the harbor during Roman times. We are moving on north North Cyclades. Geomorphological sea level markers determine the Roman sea level stand at 2.4 meters, which, based on archaeological sea level markers and radiocarbon ages, is dated to the period between 30 BC and the late 1st century AD. First, Paros Island, the Rubble Mount breakwater in Paria Gulf of unknown age. Based on the paleogeography of Paria Gulf, the position of the breakwater in relation with a Roman villa on the opposite side of the Gulf and the breakwater's contemporary depths in relation with the established Roman sea level in Cyclades, the breakwater can be safely assigned to Roman times between the middle 2nd century BC and 4th century AD. On Andros Island, the ancient city of Andros, Palaeopolis, on the seafront of which a massive submerged rockfill was found. Palaeopolis was the fortified capital of Andros, founded in the 6th century BC. During the classical period, it seems that along with the land fortification, a coastal section was constructed upon the rockfill in order to gain living space. After the mid-2nd century BC, the sea level rose, the shoreline retreated, part of the rockfill was removed, and a small harbor basin was created. This is in accordance with the first testimony of the existence of a harbor on the seaboard of ancient Andros, dated from the 1st century AD. With the subsequent sea level rise after the late 10th century, the harbor basin was flooded over its entire extent. A 3D reconstruction of Palaeopolis and its paleogeographic evolution through time. And finally, let's finish up with Chaos Island. On the north coast of Odzias Bay, a dock was built that probably served for the ore trade extracted from the adjacent mines. The archaeological hypothesis suggests that this could be a coastal work of the classical period. However, the functional height of the dock should be at least 20 centimeters below the top of the rubble mount base in order the ashlar top to be built over it in dry conditions. This assumption, in combination with the ability of ships with a draft of 1 to 1.5 meters to approach and be loaded, implies that in order the dock to have served the intended use for loading of ships, it should have been built with a sea level 2.4 meters lower than at present, which is that of Roman period. Dating harbor works is exceptionally difficult, especially if there is not archaeological evidence or historical data on the site. Most of the cases I presented above clearly show that a holistic geoarchaeological approach to the coast can help with archaeological dating. Although significant progress has been made and a good collaboration between scientists has been established, mainly in the analysis of coarse sediments and absolute dating, there are still questions that need answers. Why was a coastal settlement abandoned? When was a coastal town drawn by the sea? What forced ancient people to make defensive or protective coastal works? Just when did the coastline retreat, making a harbor useless? In conclusion, a geoarchaeological approach to such questions follows the reverse course. First, the former sea level is determined based on geomorphological and good archaeological sea level indicators, and only then do we examine whether during this sea level a harbor work could function. And now I will end my presentation with a definite answer to David Blackman's claim in the distant 1982. Yes, David, evidence of relative sea level change can be certainly used as a basis for dating harbor works. Thank you very much for joining me.
Thank you very much, Eleni. Let's proceed with the next presentation by Dr. Bouras. I just want to say that she has a BA in classical archaeology and a PhD focused on harbors and ports of the Aegean of the Roman period. She has participated in excavations in Thassos, in Mainoa, at Amorgos, and at the harbor of Rhamnous, and she's the editor of the archaeological reports online by the French School. Dr. Bouras, you may begin, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me. I will share. Can you see my PowerPoint?
Yes.
Yeah, yes, okay. So undoubtedly interdisciplinary, the study of harbors has to do with the specificity of their position between land and sea, the relative mobility of each one, making these environments particularly vulnerable to landscape and natural changes. Geomorphology explains the history of the making of landscapes. In harbor studies, it will determine relative sea level and ancient shorelines in relation to vertical land movements and to alluvial deposits whenever there are, harbor basin composition and depths at a given time. Another approach will look at the underwater building techniques and the architectural equipment specific to the harbor basin. One must look at ancient ships and shipwrecks to understand the organization of seaborne trade in relation to the studied area or site and the internal organization of the harbor basin itself. On land, however, the harbor quarter has an organization of its own, with open spaces, restricted areas, commercial or storage buildings, sanctuaries, and so on. Today, we should keep our feet dry and stay on land to take a closer look at the spatial organization of the harbor space as a distinct area of the ancient city. The Aegean Sea is surrounded by 4 Roman provinces, gradually created after the rise of Augustus. It is a maritime space which is constantly crossed from all directions. Maritime routes, which are described and mentioned by written testimonies, epigraphical evidence, and the content of shipwrecks, all suggest a complex commercial network within the Aegean space. There are several types and several sizes of harbors. The geography of Greece is such that many bays are capable of hosting a harbor or at least an anchorage. Smaller cities or towns may need a basic equipment for maritime activities, such as a mole, a pier, in order to meet sufficient enough depth for ships and perhaps a quay in some spacious area behind or ahead of the harbor basin. Bigger cities have developed over time more equipped and organized harbors. The architectural features that are necessary for harbors to function and thrive are built quays and moles and an organized space behind the quays with commercial buildings such as porticos and storages and warehouses. Beyond these obvious ones, one also finds sanctuaries dedicated to maritime deities, a symbolic or material passageway or a gate to the inside of the city. The separation between harbour space and the city itself is indeed most often noticeable. In the Aegean during the Roman period, as from the second half of the 1st century BC, one important point is that across the region, the only completely new construction of the harbour is the harbour of Kenkreai, which had been destroyed in the 2nd century BC and rebuilt later as a Roman colony. The second point is that economic revival during this period can translate in architecture and in the framework of our topic in harbours. Major remodeling can be observed in the harbour space, meaning the area that serves the harbour around and on land behind the basin. These changes, however, are more obviously visible in the oriental part of the Aegean. Following extensive destruction after the violent earthquakes in the middle of the 2nd century AD, harbours such as Kos or Rhodes show reoccupation and remodeling of space by monumental buildings. On other sites, changes may perhaps be subtler, but they are present. The imperial period is a period of embellishment in harbours of smaller scales as well, as Thiras Bast and its Epinia would be a good example. But I might also add the development of Thassos' commercial centre and its relation to the harbour. The harbours of the Aegean are in most cases pre-existing harbours that have developed over centuries, adapting to landscape fluctuations and natural hazards, but also to human factors and needs. By the end of the 1st century BC, the general picture is that of military harbours or epinia of cities with either military or mixed military and commercial functions. Built harbours show a certain polyvalence in the classical and Hellenistic period. Boundaries between activities are clear, but it is indeed often that commercial activities and military buildings and activities are sheltered around the same basin. The military equipment of the harbour, i.e. the ship sheds and the fortifications, are precisely how the value of a classical or Hellenistic harbour is measured. Ancient testimonia mention the closed character of the harbour. This designates the type of the limin klistos and refers to the fortification that runs around the harbour in connection to the city walls, to the fact that the basin is protected by fortified moles, leaving a relatively small opening that could be locked by chains and protecting.
Sorry, Catherine, sorry. We are still viewing the first slide.
I know. I haven't started. I haven't started showing slides.
I'm really sorry. Stop.
Yes. Leaving a relatively small opening that could be locked by chains and protecting a set of ship sheds are Neosiki and Neoria. As the beginning of the imperial period brought the suppression of piracy and the resulting safety to seaborne commerce, the Mediterranean under Pax Romana remained relatively peaceful, open to maritime trade, and the area is in fact widely demilitarized. Until then, the commercial value of harbours was not the key feature of harbours, except of course for Delos with the sanctuary and an important commercial hub. The infrastructure dedicated to maritime trade were well developed before then, with warehouses along the shore, several harbour spaces, and so on. So what happened to military equipment, such as ship sheds? Well, in most cases, they weren't maintained. After they fell apart, due to the earthquakes in the case of Rhodes and Kos in the 2nd century AD, for instance, they were not reconstructed. In Piraeus, although Pausanias records the presence of ship sheds still in the 2nd century, but I'm not sure whether they were in use anymore. No doubt, commerce flourished in that period and harbours became more and more orientated towards trade. It is natural, therefore, that the space around the harbour changed in order to support the change in activities. So today we will examine only 2 sites, Ephesus and Kos. So on the west coast of Asia Minor, Ephesus is a widely studied site for many of its aspects. Its situation on the Caister Delta made it a crucial emporium and a great hub at the crossroads of commercial routes, and a lot of effort has been put into maintaining the harbour where it had finally been built in the Hellenistic period. The site is now cut off from the sea and included in the Caister's floodplain after a progressive siltation of the harbour basin and canal that was dug as a solution against fairly rapid sedimentation in order for the ships to sail as far as the city itself. Literary sources and epigraphical testimonial repeatedly give evidence for maintenance of the harbour basin and keeping it functional as the coastline migrated westward. The position of the ancient harbour basin is clearly located and delimited. One can actually spot it on Google Maps. Recent geomorphological and geophysical studies have contributed to redefine the history of the landscape in this area and the evolution of structures, whereas excavations in the year 2000 have brought to light the quay wall built around the basin, and the early research on the site has recorded several buildings related to the life of the harbour: a commercial building, 3 gates and a monumental marble pavement on the open space between the quays and the monumental gates to the city. The best preserved gate is the south gate. It had an irregular triangle shape with a round concave facade on the side of the town and a straight facade with 6 columns on either side and 1 column on the south side. Its inscription and the details of its architecture allows dating in the late 2nd century AD. The area in front of the gate was paved with marble slabs for about 10 meters wide. The central gate was more impressive. It marked the beginning of the Arkadiani Street, the main street that led from the harbour to the ancient theatre. 4 square pedestals bear 4 Ionic columns, and the architectural decoration was very fine, dating to the end of the 1st century or the beginning of the 2nd century AD. The remains of a 3rd maritime gate have been excavated and documented, but it seems that we can barely reconstruct the 3-bay arch. It led the way to the harbour baths. Besides the gates, the epigraphical testimonial referred to the construction of the fish custom house. Το τελωνίον της ηχθικής κατασκευάσαντες εκ των Ινδίων. The inscription gives the names of the fishermen, οι Αλείς και ο Ψαριοπόλε, who contributed financially to its construction in the middle of the 1st century AD. The detailed offerings of each participant is mentioned, and one could imagine a building with 15 columns, a stone-paved peristyle courtyard. The walls were built with bricks and the roof was tiled. However, its location remains unknown on the harbour. The ancient sources, nevertheless, stress how important the damage of siltation were to the harbour. It had to be dredged, repaired after an earthquake, extended or repaired in 105 AD. 2,500 dinars and later 7,500 dinars were paid as tulimenos kataskevin. Also in the 2nd century AD, the people of Ephesus are grateful to Adrian for having diverted the river and reduced siltation, re-establishing the commerce of wheat. This diversion has most likely been recorded in a 12-meter-long core taken from the center of the harbour. Another inscription attests in the middle of the 2nd century another problem in the basin. Wood was piled on the harbour side, and emery from the cutting of stones was dumped into the basin, making the situation worse. However, by the 2nd century, the harbour of Ephesus is one of the monumental areas of the city, an epiphanestatos topos, with a paved quay and marble gates that led to other parts of the city. It had to be kept functional for as long as possible, as the written sources attest, and it was an honor for wealthy citizens to contribute to financially. The city of Kos was established in the middle of the 4th century after Admetikismos in the northeast of the island, opposite the Carian coast. After a violent earthquake in 1933, the Italian archaeologists led by Amadeo Maiuri began systematic surveying and excavation in the modern city, which uncovered ancient houses and a significant part of the monumental quarter of the ancient city just south of the harbour basin. The agora, parts of the fortification wall on the moles, east and west, porticos and sanctuaries. These systematic excavations, along with rescue operations carried out by the 24th effort of prehistoric and classical antiquities, have brought to light some elements of the topography of the harbour of Kos, to which Pseudoskylax refers as a closed harbour, a limin kistos. The Hellenistic harbour, the urban plan of ancient Kos included a well-organized and closed and fortified harbour, cut off from the urban space by a diatichisma that was indeed that has indeed been recovered in several parts of the modern city. It was equipped with ship shed complexes, mainly in the west part of the harbour, and with a commercial area and sanctuaries to the east, and two well-defined zones, a military and a civil area. The configuration of a formerly closed harbour locked off from the urban space is not surprising, since a similar situation occurred in other cases of military harbours. The fortification walls of the harbour of Thassos originally ran between the ship sheds and the agora, for it was demolished to allow the construction of the northwest portico at the end of the 4th century BC, or at the beginning of the 3rd century BC. In Rhodes and in Piraeus too, the military harbour was closed off from the city. The Roman phase of the, of course, the east part of the ancient harbour is best preserved and has been included in the archaeological site of the agora and the harbour quarter. On the harbour side, the remains still visible are those of two sanctuaries, a double sanctuary dedicated to Aphrodite Pandemos and Pondia, so related to the sea, and a smaller one dedicated to Heracles. Both sanctuaries have been identified by votive inscriptions. One of them, ED 178, is indeed very interesting for the chronological sequence of the harbour. It is preserved on a stone found in the Asclepio, but it originates from the sanctuary of Aphrodite. The document concerns the sale of priesthoods and mentions religious practices concerning seamen, but most importantly, it mentions the history of the buildings and the repairs that were made after the earthquakes of the beginning of the 2nd century BC. The following lines give us valuable information about the topography of the harbour and about the disposition of this building. The sanctuary, presumably, of Aphrodite Podia, which lies between the something that could maybe be restored sanctuary of Heracles and the Neoria, built by the chains, leaving the entrance free by the slipways. First, this text identifies with certainty the sanctuary known as the Santuario del Porto, recently examined by Giorgio Rocco and Marina Livadiotti, as the sanctuary of Aphrodite, Pandamos, and Pondia. Second, it could very well imply that given the short distance between the Heraklion and the Aphrodisian, an equivalent distance could separate the Aphrodisian from the Neoria to the west, suggesting that more ship-shed complexes might have existed to the east of ship-shed 1, closer to the sanctuaries, and not only to the west of them. In revisiting the remains of the agora and of the whole area in the last years, Giorgio Rocco and Monica Livadiotti have been able to shed light on different construction phases of the sanctuaries and the gradual monumental transformation from the Hellenistic period to the Roman. They have also focused on the area of the agora south of the harbour quarter and on the articulation between the harbour and the agora. Indeed, from the 4th century BC onward, the agora had developed into a porticoed complex extending to the north fortification walls. Excavation by the fortification wall has shown a ramp which recorded a level difference of 2 meters 50 height and a 2.88 meter wide gap in the north city wall. The foundations of an L-shaped portico on the harbour side can be identified with the fish market mentioned in a 4th century inscription. This is hardly a surprise in a harbour like Kos, where an emporium could have functioned with this building and a portico reported along the east fortification wall. In the imperial period, however, after the damages from the severe earthquake that took place in the Antonine period, 142 AD, the area was once again remodeled. Traces of this event are reported by Monica Livadiotti in the building techniques, where pieces of white marble architectural members are found as fillers in the opus Caementicium that was used after that moment in Kos. So there's a better view of the harbor area. So in the area at the junction of the harbor and the agora, research has shown that the fortification and the north portico on the harbor were dismantled and raised to a uniform level as a monumental entrance, propylon, to the agora was built with a marble paved terrace on the harbor side. So these would be the remains of the gate. It was accessible by a 50-meter wide marble stairway. This entrance took the form of a new Corinthian exostyle marble porch frontal complex with a hall, which is interpreted to have housed an imperial cult and possibly an infirm at the back on the south side. The marketplace on the harbour lost its porticos, except for the west one, as attested by its foundations, and the area in front of the propylon was a wide marble paved space. In the light of recent architectural research on the area of the Agora of Kos and its junction with the harbour, it is now undeniable that the harbour of Kos was an important monumental area of the city, although separated from its space by the North City Wall, and benefited from several construction and embellishment programs in the Hellenistic and Roman periods. So in the Hellenistic period, and probably still in the earlier Roman period, Kos's Liminklistos had a restricted area which could be locked with chains, perhaps Klithra, to the west, and a more open space with a commercial building and a sacred area opening on the harbour just in front of the harbour basins. This sacred and monumental area was in the immediate vicinity of the Agora, which attracted the political and the main commercial activities of the city. The very close link between the harbour area and the Agora is moreover stressed in an inscription by the fact that the cult of Heracles took place in both locations, on the Agora and in the sanctuary of the port. Περιtas ιεροσύνας του Ηρακλέους του Καλλινίκου του επί αγορά και επί λιμένη. This is also clear from the articulation of the monumental area of the harbour with the Agora, marked by the monumental gate to the Agora or the Forum. The building phases that have been brought to light by the study of the remains of both sanctuaries could perhaps have concerned the whole harbour area in an attempt to monumentalize and embellish the area. This tendency ends in the transformation of the assumed fish market of the harbour into the monumental gate to the Agora, a building that was certainly more than an impressive entrance. At the same time, and perhaps pace, the city developed as well. Since the rescue excavations of the last decades have recovered private houses with mosaic floors and bath complexes to the west of the monumental area. The evidence from the rescue excavation in the area of the Neoria have also shown that when the ship sheds fell out of use in the Roman period, commercial buildings, which were oriented towards the harbour, were built over the remains. Remains of quay walls were probably identified in the early stages of the rescue excavations at the Limen Archeo, where shipshed 1 was found, and perhaps in a plot further west. West of the Limen Archeo shipshed complex, Morricone had excavated the remains of the harbour baths, and there are mentions of wells whose relationship to the shipsheds are unclear. These two examples of harbours show how intensive architectural and remodeling in the Roman period. If Ephesus constantly fought landscape fluctuations and the will to maintain the harbour basin functional and accessible despite the westward shifting coastline is very well attested by the monumental form that the space behind the basin took, and by the testimony that repeatedly mentioned works on the harbour following various problems. On the other hand, the harbour of Kos, which must have been in the Hellenistic period an important naval base, as was Rhodes, for instance, or Thasos or others, shows important remodeling too. The ship sheds once in ruin were replaced by commercial buildings, and their building material reused in those and in the constructions of new quay walls. In the east part of the harbour, one can observe the gradual monumental transformation of the double sanctuary of Aphrodite and of the passage between the Agora and the harbour, immediately west of the sanctuary, a passage that was transformed into a monumental gate towards the city. I haven't got enough time to walk you through the similar transformations of the Mandraki harbour in Rhodes, the Hellenistic naval base, into a commercial open space with a monumental gate from the sea to the city, but one might find here an obvious pattern. So this is all for my presentation today. There's a lot more to be said on more sites, but I thought that a quick overview of those two sites would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this very interesting presentation. And we move on now with Dr. Chariklia Papageorgiadou. He is an archaeologist and numismatist and a research director at the Institute of Historical Research of the section of Greek and Roman Antiquity of the National Hellenic Research Foundation. She's also coordinator of the program Economy and Society in the Hellenistic and Roman period in the same institute. Dr. Papageorgiadou.
Thank you. Just a moment to share. Sorry. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. So following Katerina Bura's monumental transformation of the ports and harbors, let's have a short glimpse on the numismatic evidence. We all know the all-time classic question, what have ever Romans done for us? So according to me, there is another question to be answered before that one. And this question is, what made Romans to create and manage an empire for more than 5 centuries? My answer is their realism. From their politics, and we know the famous speech of Cicero about Carthage and Corinth, these towns, though they were out of the sight of the empire, they were crushed and utterly destroyed, that they never be able to recover and rise again and flourish. To their art also, you have Cicero once again, we have these beautiful realistic portraits of individuals, unknown individuals, and a realism also applied to the numismatic iconography. Julius Caesar, Pompey the Great, and Monayer, Cornelius Lentulus, Marcellinus, and even Vercingetorix. It is a deep, profound realism which enabled them to handle the reality and even to change it and to show it according to their propaganda aims. So returning to the question, what have ever Romans done for us? A historian's answer should be, they preserve and communicate in many ways a clear figure of their times. By the 1st century, representations of monumental buildings, sacred or profane, are introduced in numismatic iconography, including the so highly esteemed Roman infrastructures as aqueducts or bridges. Since this tendency is attested at the Western Means from 68 onwards, the year of Nero's death, it would be very tempting to attribute this innovation to an iconographic pattern imposed during his reign. In fact, Nero's coinage is a gallery of Roman monuments, some of them now lost. And of course, the famous Ostia piece, dated to 64, showing the artificial Claudian harbor. Ports and harbors were of immense importance for the consolidation of Rome's power all over the Mediterranean. A policy which can be attested with the Illyrian Wars as early as the 3rd century and fiercely continued to the next one, resulting in the above-mentioned destruction of 2 major maritime centers. The major expansion of Portus took place under Emperor Trajan between 112 and 117. The centerpiece of this enlargement consisted of the excavation of a new hexagonal basin inland behind the Claudian one. A complex of warehouses, both on the port and the city of Ostia, facilitated the transshipment of cargoes through the Tiber to Rome. By the 2nd century, a vast sea communication and commerce network was established, connecting every part of the Mediterranean, which literally became the Roman Mare Nostrum, giving life to coastal cities. Old and new ports and harbors became the focus points to these interactions, but the relevant provincial numismatic iconography remains extremely scant, mostly restricted to abstract notions of their sea orientation, like personifications or marine gods. Searching in Roman provincial coins volumes, there are only 6 cases of clear representations of harbors, also previously noticed by Blackman in 1982. Among them, the province of Achaia is well represented with 4 issues from the mints of Corinth, Patre, Methoni, while 2 more mints are located further east, Pompeiopolis in Cilicia and Sidi in Lycia Pamphylia. The harbor of Pompeiopolis, subtitled A Study in Roman Imperial Ports and Dated Coins, was the subject of an article written in 1958 by Abercrombie Boys. In most cases, the harbors are represented in a sumptuous and allusive way, as for instance Alexandria, where only its famous lighthouse is depicted. The final version of the harbor of Pompeiopolis was built sometime between the end of the 1st and the middle to late decades of the 2nd century AD. Its peculiar horseshoe shape, archaeologically established, is depicted on the coins, and you have here this elongated semicircular 2-story harbor. The roof decorated with these jar-like structures. We do not know exactly what they represent, and of course the nude harbor god reclining in the middle of it. At the upper end of the harbor, there is a statue of a male figure with a long scepter. This is a feature common in many representations of this kind, as we shall see, and it is also depicted on its own sometimes. Sidi was the most important port city and commercial center of the Pamphylia region. Its port was also important for military purposes, that is, the transport of soldiers to the east during the Parthian and Sasanian campaigns. In the 3rd century, it received the honorific title Navarchis, the city of the admiral. Is it too daring to attribute to these coins a commemorative character related to this honor? You know, sometimes history has the luxury to be a fiction science. However, this is not extremely fictional, since Maximinus fought with his predecessor, Emperor Severus Alexander, against the Parthians, and he probably was aware of the importance of the specific harbor. Moreover, a series of coins in the name of his wife Paulina as empress are equally mentioned from the Pamphylian regions. It seems then that the emperor did not forget his early achievements and the places where these took place. In any case, Sidi's harbor was not an easy one. It was notorious for both the difficulty of entering and the constant necessity of dredging. Ioannis Nakas has already spoke about the Sisyphean harbors, and the expression "a harbor of Sidi" became proverbial for a task that needed to be done again and again. 2 temples, dating probably from the late 2nd century, of Athena and Apollo, stood on a platform on the coast overlooking the sea and harbor. Their remains are still visible. It is interesting to note that a series of inscriptions mentioning a festival of these deities on exactly that place dates to the 3rd century and shows the continuity of their cult. As far as mainland Greece is regarded, the numismatic evidence, although meager, is related to the Peloponnese in the province of Achaia. For the same reasons that caused its destruction in 146, a few months after Carthage, Corinth revived a century later as a Roman colony founded by Julius Caesar and flourished based on its crucial position on regional and interregional commercial roads. Even though the city manifested its pride for its disposition on maritime routes and owned 2 ports on isthmus, it is the personifications of the 2 harbors and isthmus itself, rather than a realistic rendering of the ports, that are predominant in the coin iconography. This is a strange choice, as the colonial coinage of Corinth is unique in displaying a vast repertoire covering most of the city's monuments and site attractions. Its eastern port, Kenchré, on the crossroads between the eastern provinces and Italy, underwent a dramatic revival in the 1st century AD, developing in one of the busiest ports in Eastern Europe. Situated in a semicircular bay, it was enclosed by massive concrete breakwaters and protected by seawalls. An issue dated to Antoninus Pius' time represents the harbor of Kenchré, where Pausanias, traveling in the mid-2nd century, locates a temple and a statue of Aphrodite, a bronze image of Poseidon on the mole, and sanctuaries of Asclepius and of Isis. What we see on the coins is a semicircular harbor with a temple standing at the edge of both moles and a statue of Poseidon holding a trident, a dolphin. In the basin, there are 3 ships. On some issues, Isis Pharia replaced the Poseidon statue. Excavations revealed the Roman period harbors, jetties and quays, warehouses and piscine, and most importantly, the extensive traces of impressive buildings at the north and south ends of the harbor, possibly belonging to the monumental complexes of the sanctuaries of Aphrodite and Isis described by Pausanias. Furthermore, vestiges of a rectangular building at the base of the North Mall is attributed to a lighthouse, probably seen on that Commodus coin. Unfortunately, we do not have written evidence for Lechion, the western harbor of the city, which has also been restored by the same time, that is the 1st AD, probably as part of a major construction program undertaken in the Augustan period. A foundation of what may have been a lighthouse is also found at Lechion. However, since all coins are issued in the name of Colonia Julia Corinthiensis, it is not clear to which monument the numismatic iconography refers to. A third mint, also in the province of Achaia, Methoni in Messinia, issued a numismatic series of Assaria under Caracalla, depicting its harbor, which is extremely similar to the depicted on Corinthian coins. Whether this is a realistic rendering or the result of a moving engraver is difficult to say. However, the surviving remnants of a harbor dated between the 2nd and the 3rd century AD, including evidence for the construction of mall in the 2nd century, seems to give the cause for this issue. What discerns a Methoni coin from its Corinthian counterpart is a statue of Tyche in the center of the harbor, according to a well-established Roman type, which is also depicted on its coins under Geta. That of Fortuna Redux, the goddess who oversaw a return from a long or perilous journey. Her attributes were Fortuna's typical cornucopia, with her specific function represented by a rudder or steering oar, sometimes in conjunction with a globe. Situated on a frequented shipping route, the harbor of Methoni gave shelter for those traveling in the Ionian Sea. Many shipwrecks investigated in the region give the extent of the dangers faced in the area. A Roman fleet anchorage, mentioned by Throckmorton, confirms the significance of Methoni and probably the adoption of a Roman type. More or less impressive, equipped with colonnades, shipsheds and shipyards, warehouses, temples, and commercial buildings, the ports underlined the city's character and its place in the hierarchy in a given regional or interregional network. Now it is the point to turn to the coins of the Augustan colony of Patre, issued under Commodus and Geta, representing the view of the city when approached from the sea. This would be an appropriate choice for a city that was the western gate for entering the Greek lands. On the coins of Commodus, the harbor is represented in a rather peculiar way, not in a circular shape as it is usual, although the presence of a mole on the left as well as possibly on the right out of the coin's flank could give the impression of a closed harbor. Unfortunately, few remains of Patra's artificial harbors are known, which Papapostolou dated to the 2nd century AD. The male statue in the front between the two boats could be the characteristic simplified rendering of the protective god of the harbor, although the close resemblance to a statue on another coin of the same reign must be noticed. It is identified as Zeus. The usual Stoic buildings, probably marketplaces rather than shipsheds, if we see them as part of the city, act as a base for a central temple flanked by two lesser constructions, possibly temples or civic buildings. A similar arrangement, although less detailed, can be seen on contemporaneous coins of Nicomedia under Commodus. The coin of Geta, on the other hand, shows a rather artistic rendering, more elliptic, as only the sailing boats can be seen. A long building, possibly the same central temple depicted on Commodus coins, and a statue are seen in the background. Whether this is the statue of Athena, Panachais, or Poseidon is difficult to say. Pausanias recorded two temples on the Acropolis dedicated to Artemis Laphria and Panachais Athena. However, Poseidon holding the trainer and the dolphin is a common type for the coins of the city. The existing archaeological vestiges point to an increasing Roman interest in amelioration and reconstruction of harbors around the 2nd and the 3rd century. As Boyce cited, literary evidence and inscriptions show that the construction or restoration of harbors was part of a broad policy put into action by Pius. Following in the steps of Trajan and Hadrian, he had great concern for the condition of the empire's harbors. And as Chester Starr pointed out, if we look back over all the Greek imperial issues which may relate to naval activity, it is apparent that they became more frequent with the Severi or indeed with Commodus. Starr also notes that the journeys, in fact, they were the military campaigns, not journeys, not travels. The journeys of Marcus Aurelius and Commodus were noted on imperial coinage, which eventually affected the local issues. Imperial policy or local pride and the manifestation of a city's place on the sea routes of commerce and economy makes no difference. It makes, though, the relative absence of harbor types in the provincial numismatic iconography more striking and remains to be answered. Especially since from Thera to Corinth and from Rome to Ravenna and Livorno, the sea states and their ports opened their gates to new worlds and a promising economic future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chariklia. Now we're moving with the last presentation of today by Professor David Blackman. He has been a senior research fellow at the Center for the Study of Ancient Documents at Oxford since October 2002. His main research area is ancient maritime history, especially the literary, epigraphic, and archaeological evidence for ancient warships and military ports. This includes a wealth of epigraphic evidence provided by dockyard records and naval casualty lists, He taught classics, ancient history, and archaeology at the University of Bristol between 1964 and 1975, and spent 20 years at the European Parliament before moving to Athens as a director of the British School from 1996 to 2002. He has published widely, particularly on ancient harbors and maritime infrastructure. Professor Blackman.
Thank you, and I hope you will, I will tell you, I was happy to let you have my PowerPoint. Could I start with a memory? Somebody who has hardly been mentioned today is Nick Fleming. I think this is important to remember his contribution to the subject and also his influence on me. We met in a train from London to Cambridge. We'd both just finished our military service. That makes us very old because that was, the government announced the end of military service in Britain in 1957, but we were there already and had been protesting about about the invasion of Suez, but that's a memory history. I got on the train and then I followed this extremely fit young man with an enormous military kit bag, very bronzed and very mustachioed. We got to know each other, and Nick, over the next couple of years, our friendship showed that he was interested in what I was doing. And in fact, some of my early work, which I did in field survey in Turkey, with a wonderful permit, which was then stopped because of one of the constant disputes about Cyprus. He published a lot of my field notes in a paper for the Coastlines papers. Coastlines is not a name one talks about very much now, but he was the research funds of the University of Bristol were named after him. So I can't quite get away from that name. Anyway, I've added a bit, dedicated a bit of my paper to Nick, who is still going strong. I can't get away from an association with ship sheds. And I start with a fine drawing by Jari Pakkanen. I shan't be in this paper stressing their importance as evidence for ship dimensions, nor their frequent monumentality. Nor shall I follow up my recent interest in their continued use beyond the Roman period down I've just had a paper, I'm waiting for it to be published in Beirut, paper I gave at a conference there 4 or 5 years ago on Muslim dockyards. But I'll be referring to some recent finds since the publication of our Ship Sheds book in 2013. And I like to think sometimes inspired by it. And the core of my paper is to ask whether ship sheds can be used as what I'll call sea level indicators, SLIs, compared with other maritime evidence. Next slide, please. Yeah. One example of recent discoveries is 5 rock-cut slipways that may include bollards for hauling vessels out of the water at Borsak in Azoria, Southern Asia Minor, which are being investigated by Günder Varinlioglu. The question is, how long were these slips? And important research nearby by Hakan Enis on the offshore of Dana Island. He's found a large number of rock-cut slopes lining the shore, but were they really slipways in our sense, or just quarry slips? This in any case reduces their usefulness as SLIs. This is I'll come back at the end to a word about quarries. On the coast of Asia Minor, there's a lot of work being done and we need to cover it better than we have. The team working at Patara suggests there was a complex of ship sheds and I think among other sites of the evidence from Lorimer from Elia, the port of Pergamon, which may well have had sheds for the larger warships of the Hellenistic period. Calendarus, we mentioned in our book, that may have been just a single ramp, possibly also Chime. For Cnidus, we have the tantalizing reference in Strabo to a Naustathmos for 20 ships, but the ship sheds have not been clearly identified. I volunteered to go on the New York University project there, but regretted it after a year and didn't continue. But this is a very important site for further study. I've been through with an effort, an article by Erdogan Aslan on ship sheds. He's clearly got 5 at Semena on the coast opposite Kakava Island. And in general, as one of the advisors to the IJNA periodical, we want to get Turkish archaeologists to offer papers in a language that more of us can understand. There have been problems in communication with Turkey. It's not helped by the Turkish customs, which refuses to permit the sending free copies of a book. So we've discovered recently that several contributors to our book, to whom we sent a complimentary copy of it, never received it. But with a great effort, we made sure that Professor Aslan has got a copy of the book. It's good to see Marco and today here. Next slide, please. On the south coast of Turkey, we published a brief reference to this discovery of Marco's slipways in Terzani Bay in Lycia. Here we have the view, and then the next is the plan and slide. Next slide, please. The question is clear. To be of any use, one would need a good dry length. How long were they? We don't know, but this is the sort of question that faces us. In passing, just to mention the importance of the place names. The name Terzana, Darsanas, Darsena, they are all derived from the Arabic word for an arsenal, or dockyard. So it's always worth looking at these tantalizing indicative place names. From the Latin Navalia, one should look for the corruptions of Navalia. There's a site in Croatia called Navalia, needs to be looked at. But several sites that we've been discussing need further explanation before we can be sure we're dealing with ship sheds, not quays or storehouses. Storehouses have an irritating habit of having similar dimensions, I think, of roads. And clearly gradient is a crucial defining characteristic, as well, of course, as relationship with the shoreline. I must admit I've confused the debate recently by adding the term storage ship sheds for some Minoan remains, which were not shoreline features and so are not part of the sea level debate. And we've debated this at length, rombustiously, Joe Shaw and I, with Nikos and Hellenic. We need a publication of the remains that Antonis Vasilakis excavated at Porus Katsamba, the port of Minoan Knossos. And I could add, but I don't, this is not my own purpose to continue that happy debate. There is one slipway at Istra, Katachoria, which we can add to the debate. I got that from Theotokos Theodorum. In the eastern coast of the Mediterranean, at Akko, next slide, please. At Akko, the excavations found just remains in a wide quay with mooring stones, just one slipway. And seems to be 6 meters wide with massive sidewalls. So clearly it was a roof slipway, it was a ship shed. The stone paved floor with a gradient and a central groove. post holes, possibly for shores to support a ship. But we don't know quite where on the length of the slipway this little cross-cutting was excavated. Charvet reports that it was submerged by 1.1 to 1.2 meters since antiquity, but we need more evidence on this. To give a brief advance report on the work I've been doing for some years at Rhamnous in northern Attica, one of the smaller but important points of Attica, which the first volume, Catherine Boris, effectively ensured that at the moment she ensured that we got a PDF of our article, but also put it onto, it's now available. And we've suddenly had 40 requests, I noticed last week for it. The first volume of our report is in Archaeological Ephemeris, the organ of the Archaeological Society, which when I retired as director in the school in Athens, graciously gave me a permit, something I hadn't had time to do when I was director there. We were working with the University of Athens, and unfortunately our project ceased to be funded after the financial crisis of 2008-9. We've given up hope of being able to do the excavation we wanted. But just briefly to show the first slide. On the next slide, please. Yes, Rhamnous, this is from Petrakos's plan. One's got the famous sanctuary of Nemesis and the fortress and 2 harbours. And then next slide, please. Here is the West Harbour, and I'm pretty sure I know where the slipway or slipways were. Our evidence is an inscription which talks about ship storage, so we're pretty convinced that we had it. And I wanted to do a trench here just to see if possibly my theory was right. And then the next slide, please. Yeah, here. And it looks a good place, and it's in the sheltered part, sheltered from the pretty brutal north winds across the strait. And we wanted to put a trial trench there. And then in the next slide, please, in the East Harbour, we did a trench. This is geological trenches, but since we were working with geologists and the dean of the faculty, Professor Damitzakis, was a professor of geology, we had great support and also funding until 2008. And when I said to Dr. Petrakos, hey, they want us to do long trenches, he says, that's all right. If Damitzakis wants it, we'll do it. So I gulped as an archaeologist, and we did what we carefully called geological trenches, which were really rather splendid. I did it on condition that if we hit archaeological levels, we would stop. So we did trenches in both harbours on that basis. The purpose here was, well, we found the edge of a quay, we think, which would have given us, if we'd been able to excavate, would have given us good sea level indicators. And we proposed then, because we have a nice breakwater with a tower a long way from the other land remains, we wanted to see if there was a breakwater here, which would have protected the harbour essentially from the strong north winds. Next slide, please. Here's the breakwater. Just submerged, so the evidence of limited relative rise in sea level. And then the next slide. Yes, here's the view along, and here you see beach rock, hefty beach rock along the shore. That, I'm told, must be fairly recent. Beach rock's a tough problem. I know that geologist friends say that as well. And I'm told it can be rather difficult to date, but I leave that to you. I think we managed to define the harbour floor with datable sherds and water-rolled pebbles in 2 different cores, and we did coring as well as the trenching. The trouble is to decide on which of several slightly discrepant pieces of evidence is correct for the level of the harbour floor. But this is a very interesting recent development in maritime archaeology, defining harbour floors and the question of the likely draft of ships. I close my bit on Ramnus with a cautionary tale. Samples from our geological trenches in the first year we did in the West Harbour produced very satisfying results. 2521 BP, 471 BC for a shelter sample benthic forum from the ancient harbour floor, and 2218 BP, 168 BC for a shelter sample from an upper level, not less necessarily the latest in the core, but this would indicate very satisfactorily the harbour was used from the time of the Greek victory over the Persians to the Roman conquest of Greece. So we thought we must check with samples from the East Harbour, and there the results, of course, were not satisfactory at all. Only one usable date, 2183 BP, GRK 233 BC. But now we have had a message from the Oxford Laboratory that they want to recalibrate all our results to take account of the marine reservoir effect, which geologists here will know all about. So we're reviewing our conclusions. Enough, and that will be that will appear in our second report, which we hope to put on all the underwater and oceanographic and geological research. Slipways can be important sea level indicators if they're properly studied, but one does need to know the original length of the slipway, with it including an assumption about the submerged length at the foot. Now, I'd assumed for years that there would have been at least 80 centimeters minimum depth, but naval architects who advised us on the trireme project said no, not necessary at all, but they disagree. And I don't think we've had a final answer on that. What was the necessary depth to float a ship into a slipway? Next slide, please. For Sicilian Naxos, we gave, here is our excavation of the remains of the slipways. This part was lost under modern holiday dwellings, but one has got sand ramps, and then a series of stretches. And then next slide, please. Our reconstruction. What we don't know is whether maybe this was the last stretch of walling or whether there was one more. So we can't be sure if the slipways were 42 meters long, then sea level change would be something like 2.05 meters. If they were somewhat longer, then it could be a change of 1.84 meters. That's not, and we have to be aware of circular argument because we start with the assumption from geologists working nearby in the area of an uplift of the land of 130 meters in 125,000 years. So we are cautious about circular argument. New discoveries, just to mention one or two. We've heard from Frank Goddio that he's found ramps at Alexandria, which is very exciting. We've just seen one slide in his recent lecture. there's a strange rump on in the riverside harbour at Salernitana in Sicily, which Professor Albert of Bochum is studying. We don't yet have a width or a length. I mentioned Elia. Next slide, please. Yeah, well, maybe Schiffshäuser question mark in here would be important if they could be better identified and studied. And I mentioned Tarzani Bay, where Marco Anzidea had just found the top of the slips, but how long were they? At Rhodes, we have only the part of the top end of some slipways, as Catherine showed. But there's evidence that they had to adjust at least once to a relative rise in sea level. But here in any case, we're clearly close to a major fault line, so I wouldn't count too much. But sites that may tell us more. Next slide, please. Oiniadai, we're waiting for the final publication by Lazarus Kolonos and Jari Pakkanen, but we have got the bottom end pretty clearly, and so this would be useful. And as I said in another debate, the submerged remains of a slipway at Matala need to be studied. We need to see how far down we can go. On chaos, I've read right through the whole publication of the weighty in every sense volume on chaos sites, to mention Poyesa, where there's a rock cut slipway, which our colleagues have referred, Murtas and Kolaiti have referred to. Their Calliope biker did a survey, and we've got a dry length of 12.90 meters and a total length of at least 26.80 meters, which Calliope didn't manage to get to the bottom. She went down to a depth of 1 meter 9.924. So we don't have a clear final answer. I would just add that they, I think, are not Roman. The site seems to have gone out of use after the 3rd century. In passing, I don't think the Paros trenches come into consideration. There's no evidence of gradient. We won't go into what those trenches were, but they weren't slipways. We may get some more good evidence when Jean-Yves Empereur finishes his publication of the shipwrecks at Thasos. I saw Tony Cosel's name in the audience, so perhaps he can give us an update there. And Jean-Yves has also reported the remains of a curious thing, a dock in the inner harbour at Amathus. What was it quite? It's not clear from the very preliminary publication I've seen so far. Near Okhani in Crete, it seems to be a dock there, but how useful a sea level indicator is a dock? They may indicate submergence, but by how much? And I would add a linguistic warning for our non-Anglophone colleagues. Dock has a different meaning in English and American English. In English, a dock is an artificially enclosed body of water. In American English, it's a berth, it's a wharf. So the dock at Otsias on Chios, which was published by Elias Spondilis, is what I would call a quay. And Elias called it a lemenico ergo. And he has an interesting discussion of relative sea level and the functional height of a quay. And I think Eleni showed one of his illustrations here. There's the same problem with interpreting quays and mooring stones. How high were they out of the water? I assume a minimal elevation or functional height of the top surface of a quay is not 60 centimeters, maybe more, a bit more, 80 centimeters. As it's become clear, fish tanks are much better sea level indicators, as Kurt Lambert appreciated. They only work with the precise sea level, a clear functional height depth. As long as we can be sure that the fish tanks were only ever fish tanks. If they started life as tombs, as the AKTES suggests for Matala, then we have to be a little careful. So I'm looking very much forward to the conference in September. My final slide, just because I'm conscious, I don't know how long I've gone on, that must be 20 minutes, just to show one more. Yes, Beirut. Here are remains of 2 rock-cut slipways. I tried to suggest they could be Persian period, but I was told that local patriotism requires they be Phoenician. And the closest parallel on the East Mediterranean coast would be the slipways at Dor. Because these slipways now are about 190 meters inland. The lowest point is 4.33 meters above sea level. But I'm told that uplift of a meter or more is a factor here. The lower ends are lost and truncated or covered by modern streets. And the site was and discovery was protected by the Ministry of Culture. And then there was one of those brutal changes of government that happened in Lebanon. And the developers of the site, the people who bought the site for development, were going to build tower blocks. They started by destroying the archaeological remains and all the contents of the excavation tent, unfortunately. The tower blocks have never been built because the developers went bankrupt. A sad story. I'd love to go on, but time won't allow it. Roman ship sheds, I leave that there. But that takes us outside our geographical area. Mycenium, there may be something coming. There should be. We have the documentary evidence, and there's new work at Fossil